This case started with civil society. In other words, we dealt with an informant in this case. This case would most probably have never have been if it wasn't for that individual that provided that first information of the crime. Now, that individual also provided the information on 3 prior cases, but he provided the information to the wrong people, the 14 officials that were corrupted within the case. And the information went to the officials, back to Arnold Benses and his crew. Now you know, we received that information and we've made it a success story. But we couldn't have done that on our own. J.D. Kotze, he's here. He was the head investigator of the Scorpions at the time. Brilliant, excellent investigative skills and capacity. They took the case to the next level. The Asset Forfeiture Unit, the National Prosecuting Authority, the Department of Justice in South Africa, the US attorneys, Marcus Asner, the first prosecutor prosecuting this case. He's present in this room. An honor and a privilege to have all the role players here today. He's here today. He played a crucial role. What I'm trying to illustrate is, it cannot be one person's work. One person, in 1990, I started in this work. Then you could work alone on the coast, everywhere. You could work alone then, not now. Fisheries crime is organized crime. Now, there's the US attorneys, the US customs. We went over. You couldn't believe it. We worked with NOAA in 2001. We're busy with a second case similar to Outpay. We cannot talk about it because the case is current. But the level of cooperation, unheard of. Both customs, I mean, you pick up a phone. There's no MLAT in place. We're still busy. It's taking us almost 2 years to get the MLAT, the Mutual Legal Assistance Treaty in place. But I pick up a phone, and believe you me, within a few hours from the US, the United States, we'll get a document, and we can start working on it. And that's a type of cooperation, and those are the agencies that cooperated to make this case a success. I've briefly touched on the successes. If you look at the case started, when we got that first information of the crime, there was Patagonian toothfish, South Coast rock lobster, West Coast rock lobster tails within the container. A second container was intercepted in the US. South Africa had a plea agreement with the accused here in South Africa, only, not for the entire period of destruction or mass illegal harvesting, but only for a 2-year period. And that is one of the lessons that we can learn from this case, is don't go back where they started their illicit activities. You start the last 2 years. We're busy now, I touched on a case, we're busy with a case where we went right back, you know. And yes, it's good to do that as well, to illustrate the extent of the damage done. But we only did, went back in this case for 2 years. And the outcome in South Africa was fines and forfeiture in excess of 44 million South African rand. It still remains the biggest case ever. But the US did an excellent job. And they put the main culprit in prison. If I may mention his name, Arnold Benses. And you know, I always tell the new or the younger, I can't recall the words that I said, but I think it must have been something like, this is it. This is your takedown. And it must have been something to that effect. But the success story about this, I've got 2 pictures in here. One of the photographs was taken in 2001. That is when Outpay fishing was surveilled by us, the department, trying to build a case at the time. And just below that, we've got a photograph just below that with the South African coat of arms on the same building. This needs to be our story. Our story where we've converted a crime scene into a government building. You know, and every time when I walk into that building, I get almost emotional, and my colleagues don't understand. But there's a lot of history behind this building, and you know, ironically, this is also the building. Today there's a Pakisa meeting. Now Pakisa means hurry up. And the Pakisa Project, Initiative 5, Marine Protection Service and Governance, it's a new project, if I can put it like that, an initiative by government driven by the President of South Africa. We instructed government, you will work as one unit, fighting maritime crime, fisheries crime, and unlocking the economic potential of the ocean. Now that's the Hout Bay fishing case. What was also good, not illustrating the excellent operation, but what was also good was the South Coast rock lobster at the time was in threat, was under tremendous pressure because of this company overfishing. When we took them out, I believe still till today, that resource has turned around and has displayed a positive growth. And that is what we need to do, not only to abalone, rock lobster, but all the other resources as well. You know, within South Africa, there are multiple cases. Today, there are 3 cases within the High Court. Also another process of unheard of work, where there are 3 cases currently running within the High Court in South Africa. They are abalone cases, but they syndicate-related organized crime cases where I cannot talk on it, they current, but from the attorneys who represented the suspects or the accused in some of the cases, even them are charged, or at least one is charged in this case. And you know, we've got numerous successes, foreign vessels, foreign fishing vessels, we're closing illegal fish processing establishments, and at times seize in excess of 100 tons of abalone per annum. That's not good enough. And never have we ever, until 2006, addressed, although we've tried, but we just couldn't break through to the illegal consignment. And in 2006, we had this specific case, also with the joint partners. We searched the cold storage, a stone throw from where we're gathering today, and we seized a number of abalone in this premises. We did a forensic investigation and we found, and a very fast one, because you cannot take months, you know, in an evening. And we found consignments 3, 4, 5, and 6 en route to Malaysia and Singapore and destined for Hong Kong. We returned all of them successfully, and this is one of the marked cases where we developed the process of getting those illegal consignments back to South Africa. You cannot turn that. It is the Cape Town Bridge. We were so excited that vessel came in Durban. We waited for that vessel to come in Durban because we were cautious of the syndicate members getting hold of the containers. But you cannot turn a ship like that around, a multi-million-dollar ship. But we've developed the method of getting the containers. But the value of it was 11 million rand South African value. If that had to be sold, it would have been sold for 66 million, between 66 and 100 million in the Far East. Same. We've consignment 7 and 8. A premises here in Table View was searched, also a legal abalone processing establishment. and we found abalone to the value of 5 million rand at this premises. And we did the same. We went through the documentation. We went through all. If there's a name, if there's a IP address or anything, we would go through, and we found these containers en route. It didn't reach its destination in Hong Kong, but we got it back, and the previous one that I mentioned was exported illegally as pilchards. Now, if somebody exports pilchards, it would have been fine at the time because you didn't need an export permit for the pilchards at the time. We've closed that gap that you needed a permit for any fish. But it was exported as pilchard. These consignments were exported as polypropylene pellets. And I'm not going to repeat the figures, you can actually see it up there. But there were a total of 18 of those bales, each bale weighing 1 ton, containing, so it was about 18, 19 tons of polypropylene pellets. Now you can imagine a normal FCO fishery control officer. How is he to inspect that container? If you do inspect it, you need a forklift to unpack it. If you unpack it, polypropylene pellets flows like water if you open that bag. You search, you find nothing. Only 8 of those bags had the abalone in. So it just shows you the extent that they actually go to. I'm only touching on a few cases, and this is also one of significance, is also through the information network. We've learned that the AFCD, the Agriculture and Fisheries Department of and Conservation Department of the Administrative Region in Hong Kong, seized the container, and that's all we had. And we picked up the phone. Marcus Bergner put us in contact with Charles Kuhn of the AFCD, and we got his phone number, and we phoned him, and he said, no, it's not him, it's at the Maritime and Customs Command. And we phoned and we never stopped. And we told them, listen here, do you have a container? Yes, we do. And but that container is illegal. It's people have been deprived of a livelihood, and we told them the truth. And they started cooperating with us. And through the information that we received from Hong Kong, we found that the same syndicate sent another container through. We intercepted that container and returned it successfully. What was interesting in this case, and I must mention it, is that we valued that abalone at about just over 2 million. No, excuse me, about 7 million South African rand. The Hong Kong authorities, they had an independent auditor, they valued the same container, which we returned successfully to South Africa at over 27 million South African rand. At that time, the Hong Kong dollar was almost similar to the South African rand. And the accused, they were going to fight this case. And we arrived at this court, the Chu Sen Magistrates Court in Hong Kong. And we thought, you know, you always hear of an official committed suicide flying out of a building in Hong Kong. And we thought of something like that, and we thought, no, we need to take state security, we need to take the police with it. And at the end, we were only 2 officials, and we went to fight that case, and we got a conviction. And yes, I think it was 2 weeks later, that same group that you're seeing there of the Ports and Maritime Command, they had a massive success of ivory and rhino horn imported illegally into Hong Kong. Somebody mentioned yesterday we need to extend the cooperation. Where is Hong Kong? Where's mainland China? Where's Taiwan? Anybody here? Anybody from the Far East? That's one of our challenges. A last case, same thing, same principles. Consignment exported, premises identified in South Africa. 3 suspects arrested. Container on its way to Singapore. We applied the same principles, got it back. Malaysia, excellent cooperation at first, but we've lost that container. With regards to the foreign fishing fleet, there are some major cases underway. We cannot speak about them. They're current. But through the years, we've been working tirelessly. People have worked, has put in a tremendous amount of work. People like Dino Govender. I cannot mention all of them, but everybody that worked on this case, everybody, we are grateful to everybody that participated and brought these cases to the extent where they are. They're not finalized, they're still ongoing. But the success here is that seven of those vessels, the Bahari Nusantara's and the Bintang Sumudra Galantos and Makoti Abada. You know, Yves de Koning that opened the ceremony yesterday, we went to Alpe, and the picture below was taken last Friday. And South African owns 7 of those vessels now. And vessels that has been fully involved in IUU fishing, human rights violations, human trafficking, IUU fishing, fisheries crime. They are now owned by South African with the intention of providing a platform to disadvantaged coastal communities to focus not on abalone and rock lobster, but let's secure the offshore tuna resources, which are more sustainable, and focus on that. Instead of an IUU vessel benefiting from it, let a whole community like Paternoster or Houston or Hout Bay benefit from those resources through that action. 2 of those vessels, which makes it 9, have absconded right under our noses, but we're taking it with a pinch of salt, and those cases are currently being pursued as well. Tremendous work is being done, and we're hoping that in next year's symposium that we'll be able to report and to say similar like Mr. Benjes, here are the suspects, the convicted behind the case. Then the Harm 4 case done by Polo, FCO within the department, brilliant work done, continuous hard work, and that case was also brought to the point where asset forfeiture seized or forfeited the vessel. The challenges, I've touched on some of them, but you know, on our notice board within the MCS offices, we've got a notice board there with this media clipping. And it states that the South African economy is losing 4 billion per annum as a result of illegal fishing. We sat with Marcus Bergner from Traffic now recently, and that figure is still modest. You know, if you take it the value, somebody mentioned, I think it's Gunnar mentioned yesterday, if somebody steals something, theft is theft. Somehow it doesn't apply to South Africa, because we know of cases where 300, that syndicate that I mentioned last, sent out 10 of those containers. We managed to intercept 2. Most of them are sitting within the Far East. 8 stolen and taken out of the country. It's people's livelihoods stolen. And you know, I wonder if we would take the same approach if it was money, US dollars, diamonds, or gold, because it's the same thing, you know, it's the same, different commodity, same principle. And I could not believe, I could not agree more with Gunnar that theft is theft. We need to address this. This is one of the key challenges, you know. We're losing 4 billion rand per annum. And that statement is only based on the abalone and the West Coast rock lobster and the demand within the eastern markets. We're not talking the hake, the other fisheries. We're just talking 2 out of 22 sectors. There are 22 fishery sectors in South Africa. In the same article, UCT, a UCT study by Serge is also mentioned, where he confirms that about 3,000 tons of abalone is exported to the Asian markets illegally. Traffic confirms this by saying it's between 2,000 and 3,000 tons annually. If you convert that in a monetary value, it's tremendous. The One Earth Foundation of the Fisheries Crime Working Group of the Indian Ocean Forum on Maritime Crime estimates that 18% of the total fish harvest within the Western Indian Ocean and 32% of the total catch in the Eastern Indian Ocean are either illegal or unreported. This is about 50% just in the Indian Ocean alone. It's a challenge. What are we doing? We are the fisheries crime fighters. We are the international community. Similar to the Hout Bay fishing case, we need to bring that figure down. Despite the numerous successes, thousands of consignments with illegally harvested inshore South African resources still reach their destinies as we speak, today undetected. And we need to change that. Fisheries crime syndicates, I've mentioned it, are well structured. It's challenging and difficult to identify these syndicates. They operate without boundaries, and no legitimate rules apply to them. They are organized crime. Stealing, robbing poor coastal communities within South Africa, Africa, and other countries of a livelihood. We as a global community, the challenge is for us to fully cooperate with the global enforcement community, and we need to address IUU fishing and its related activities, not only within the South African exclusive economic zone, but on the high seas, both in a reactive and proactive manner. It remains challenging and costly. You know, the Thunder case was presented yesterday. South Africa is part of Interpol. We work tirelessly around trying to get, for 3 months, to get hold of that vessel. Sea Shepherd, Bob Barker, and the other vessel. Brilliant work. My opinion, a challenge to us as fisheries crime fighters. Government needed to be there, even if we were just alongside. We wrote, Nick Frey, we wrote submissions and we tried our best. We couldn't get a vessel out there. Let that be a lesson for us. Let it be a lesson learned. That, yes, it's a brilliant success. South Kiln pursued that vessel, mainly pollution charges. Excellent. Yesterday, Alistair announced a guilty verdict. We should have jumped with joy. They charged him similar to the Al Capone strategy. Not for the fish, but for the pollution. You know, there will always be something to get these criminals. You know, and we don't do this for ourselves. We do it for the poor, for the needy. Flag states need to fully cooperate and share information. Flag states are doing a brilliant job, but there's some that's completely absent, you know. If we don't have the resources, other countries might have it. If we're a partner, we can do the enforcement. IUU vessels remaining on the high seas for extended periods, that's a big challenge as well. And we need to shift the focus away from the vulnerable inshore fisheries resources like your abalone and lobster. I've touched on this. There are better resources, more sustainable resources, and get the communities. Yesterday it was mentioned, we need to focus on those resources, you know. Send the community, provide that platform, you know. We need to work, the biggest challenge, in a multi-agency, in an integrated global approach to address the real issues. Similar like we've done in our pay fishing case. Although the Hope Bay fishing case is still current, the restitution action is being appealed, and although the case started in 2001, it's still current. We need to be able to speak about all the other cases as well in a multi-agency approach. You know, preserving our fish. And that way we can address poverty and the unemployment rate.
I've been studying this quite in depth for some time. And when Jeffrey Smith brought his book out and I sat down and read that book, I said, whoa, this is the book we've been waiting for. This is the book that everybody in America needs to read. So I'm so pleased that you're here. I'll let Jeffrey fill you in a little bit his background and how he came into this issue. And so I bring you Jeffrey Smith.
Hello, everyone. This is an amazing crowd. It's fantastic to see you all here. How many people are concerned about eating genetically modified foods? All right, so I'm preaching to the choir tonight. I say I'm arming the choir. How many people try to actively avoid eating genetically modified foods? Wow. Now keep your hands up for just a second. Now, keep your hands up if you know which foods are genetically modified. I find that amazing. So many people consciously try and avoid it, but they don't know which foods are. And that, by the way, Craig Winters is your champion. He is the man in charge of the labeling campaign, the big labeling campaign on Earth in the United States. Let's give Craig a big hand. He's a hero. He is definitely a hero. And how many people were born and raised in Florida? I just wanted to find out. That many, huh? Both of you. So I'm going to talk about the dangers of genetically modified foods and the cover-up of those dangers. And people have all sorts of reactions to this information. Now, you can choose which emotion you want to respond to, but I would like to encourage you to take that emotion and convert it into energy units. Maybe that energy unit or the action unit takes the form of filling out your letter to the congressperson and passing on the rest to the other 5. Maybe that action unit takes the form of being more vigilant in actually avoiding genetically modified foods and studying the issue more closely. I invite you to sign up also for my electronic newsletter. By the way, Craig's is fantastic. It's every week. I read it every week. And mine is a little more semi-wheneverly. Whenever I get back from some trip, I'll put together a journal of what happened. But I invite you to sign up for that also. But whatever you do tonight, you can choose to make this night a turning point in your digestive life. You can choose for tonight to be a turning point in your choices. And so you can take that energy, whether it be fear or anger or sadness, and you can flip it. And you can flip it to the energy of empowerment, the energy of I'm in charge of what I am eating, and I choose not to be a victim. I choose not to be told by the biotechnology companies or their Washington branch, the FDA, what I am supposed to eat. I can choose for myself. All right, let's begin and talk about a little history of, I'll tell you about a different history than Craig described. And this is the history of the genetically modified food and safety issues. I'll start in 1989. individuals started going to doctors with all sorts of very severe symptoms. They had incredible pain, greater pain than the doctors had ever seen in their entire careers. Hair was falling out, there was memory loss, there was muscle weakness. Some people had their muscles tighten up and uncontrollably lock. The skin became leathery and painful. And the doctors were baffled. They had never seen this set of symptoms. Or maybe they thought it was something else like fibromyalgia because there was muscle pain involved. But they weren't sure. The doctors that did blood tests noticed an unusual signature of this disease. A white blood cell called the eosinophils, the count was huge. Some doctors had the initiative to look in the literature and said, who knew a lot about eosinophils? And a name kept coming up over and over again, Jerry Gleich. And Jerry Gleich was from the Mayo Clinic, and he was one of the national experts on eosinophils. So this one doctor who I interviewed from New Mexico, he called Phil Gleich, and Phil said, you know, you're not the first doctor that called me about this set of symptoms with elevated white blood cells. Call this other doctor in New Mexico and see if their patients have something that's similar in their histories. And sure enough, they had 3 different patients to deal with, and all 3 were taking the food supplement L-tryptophan. L-tryptophan, it's an essential amino acid. It's in turkey, it's in milk. In its pure form, it's necessary to take for our nutrition. But somehow, this was a common thread in their history. But Jerry Gleich and others were not too convinced yet that L-tryptophan, which had been sold over the counter safely for years, was the culprit. Until within 2 weeks, 3 more patients came to the Mayo Clinic, and Jerry saw for himself. One was rolled in, they had to breathe through with a respirator, and all 3 were taking L-tryptophan. He called the Center for Disease Control and said, it's out there and it's deadly. What they found, once they put the news in the newspaper, once it was in the New York Times, all of a sudden these doctors started getting calls from all over the country. Hundreds, thousands of people in the United States had these symptoms, were taking L-tryptophan, but were not diagnosed. The doctors and the patients did not know there was a deadly epidemic throughout the United States. 5,000 to 10,000 people ultimately got this sickness. Some were permanently disabled. About 100 died. And it was all from taking this food supplement L-tryptophan. So what was it about the L-tryptophan? Well, some wanted to argue that it was L-tryptophan itself. But consider this, all the people that got sick were only consuming one of the 6 brands in the United States. They were all produced in Japan, but only the Showa brand was causing sickness, and it had some contaminants in it that the others didn't. So this concept that it was tryptophan itself, we'll throw that out. Then they found out that this company was genetically engineering the bacteria to produce the tryptophan more economically. And they had introduced a strain on December 24th, 1988. But 2 weeks later, they changed the filter method on their manufacturing process, reduced the amount of carbon, which could have allowed more contaminants to get through. This was the key for the biotechnology industry to jump on its excuse and say, aha, it wasn't genetic engineering, it was the change in the filter. And that's what got them off the hook. This sleight of hand saying, no, it wasn't. They didn't talk about how those contaminants could be in there. Originally just said there was a change in the filtration process. In my book, I bring out some research that was compiled from an 8-year investigation from a friend of mine. It couldn't have been, this was actually from the FDA representative to my friend Bill. The FDA representative said, it has to be something other than the genetic engineering of the strain, because we know of at least of a dozen cases that occurred before the epidemic, which surfaced in May of '89. So this raises the question. And the person from the FDA said, so it was before the genetic engineering of the strain, which was introduced in December of '88. My friend found out from a confidential document from lawyers involved with the lawsuit, which was eventually settled for $2 billion, that this bacterial strain that was introduced on December 24th, 1988 was called strain 5. strain 4, strain 3, and strain 2 since 1984 were genetically engineered. Moreover, it wasn't just a dozen individuals that got the disease before the outburst of the epidemic, it was hundreds. Hundreds got this disease between 1984 and the outbreak of this epidemic. So what does that do to the change in filter story? You can throw that out, because for 4 years people were getting sick before the filter was changed. But only from the genetically modified bacteria produced by Showa-Denko. So it's almost certainly the genetic engineering of the strain which caused the problem. Now, my friend who discovered the fact that earlier strains were genetically modified was shocked that the FDA didn't know this information. They're the ones that told him in 1994 it must be something else besides the genetic engineering, because these incidences occurred before the engineering of the strain. But he was looking at that same document, this confidential document that a lawyer entrusted with him that described all of the stages of modification, and his eyes rose to the top of the page, and there was a fax imprint. Food and Drug Administration, 1990. They knew. They knew and kept silent about the fact that the earlier cases of this disease were from genetically modified bacteria from the same company. In fact, if you read the actual testimony before Congress by the FDA's representative describing supposedly the cause and ramifications of this epidemic, they never told Congress it was genetically modified. They never mentioned the word. They instead blamed the epidemic on health fraud schemes and got all L-tryptophan removed from the market. It's now only available by prescription. Now, it took a series of coincidences and good luck to track the fact that this epidemic came from L-tryptophan. Remember, there was that signature. The eosinophil count was very high. A rare set of very serious symptoms. Symptoms which came on soon after these individuals were taking the pill L-tryptophan. So there were 3 characteristics: acute, rare, and fast onset. Imagine if only one of these were not there. Let's say it took 10 years to develop this sickness. The L-tryptophan would still be on the market, right? Let's say it was mild symptoms, like frequent colds or memory loss. It would still be on the market. Let's say it were common ailments like cancer or heart disease or lymphoma or diabetes or obesity. You think they would rush people together and say, find out the history, find out what you're doing and someone else is doing? And since there's so many things that can contribute to these other problems, do you think they'd be able to sort it out? It's doubtful. So what about the other thousands of products on the market that are created from genetically modified crops or bacteria or fungus? Might they be creating a problem that we don't know about and are not looking for? We know that food-related illnesses in the United States doubled between 1994 and 2001, at a time when a lot of new genetically engineered products were being introduced. I read last week that someone was very concerned in Russia about genetically modified foods because in the last 3 years, allergies skyrocketed, as they have in the United States. An interesting coincidence, when genetically modified soybeans were first introduced into the United Kingdom, soy allergies in that country skyrocketed by 50%. Now, we know that the genetically modified soy, according to Monsanto's own research, has an increase in an allergen called trypsin inhibitor. So it has an increased allergen. But no one has done the tests to see if there are more allergic reactions to those taking genetically modified soy versus those taking conventional soy. So what's different between the genetically modified soy and the conventional soy? Why would it have increased trypsin inhibitor? It's only supposed to have one added trait. The added trait to 80% of the soybeans grown in the United States is called herbicide resistance. You see, Monsanto found a bacteria growing in a dump site behind their factory that was resisting death by their herbicide called Roundup. And they said, this is a great thing, let's put it in the food supply. So they found out what protein in the bacteria was causing this bacteria to survive. They found out which gene in the bacteria was creating that protein. They snipped it out. And typically, the way that you create a genetically modified product is you change the DNAs, you change the genetic code, you add a few other things to it, you put it on a bunch of little microscopic BBs of gold, you put it in a gun, a gene gun, and you blast a 22 caliber blast into a plate of cells and hope that some of your genes get in some of those cells' DNA. This is their precise method of insertion. And you don't know exactly where in the DNA it ends up. And the concept, the building foundation of genetically modified foods is that all you're doing is adding one trait, one gene to create one protein to create one trait, and everything else is fine. In reality, when you do that blasting, you can create all sorts of problems. There was a gene chip that monitored gene expression in the DNA at a time when the insertion occurred. Compared to prior to insertion, 5% of the host's genes were disrupted, meaning that they either increased, decreased, shut off entirely, or shut on entirely their production of protein. So if something is pumping out proteins at random that wasn't supposed to, what could that mean? This list will come up several times tonight. It could be allergenic, toxic, carcinogenic, anti-nutritional. If you shut down a gene, what could that mean? Some studies have found laboratory animals have died, etc. We don't really know all the potential ramifications, but we do know that the most common result of genetic modification is surprises. Surprise side effects. When you genetically modify a bacteria to create L-tryptophan more economically, it means you produce more L-tryptophan in this fermentation broth. They also added genes to produce different enzymes. So all of a sudden you have a bunch of different enzymes and L-tryptophan together working out and doing some very complex interactions. One of the world's experts at biosynthesis of L-tryptophan said you can end up with creating new compounds that you weren't expecting. These new compounds can then interact with existing compounds to create yet new compounds. This could explain those 6 contaminants. Moreover, the actual L-tryptophan itself is toxic to the bacteria. So in high quantities, the bacteria may do something to modify the tryptophan or the environment to protect itself. So we have an incredible amount of opportunity for unpredicted side effects. And this is the process of genetic modification, and this is used to create enzymes and additives and cooking agents and aspartame, NutraSweet, the genetic modification of bacteria or fungus. That's the first category of genetically modified products. Now, the second category is milk products. Milk products from cows that have been injected with genetically engineered bovine growth hormone. It's interesting that in the process of approving genetically modified bovine growth hormone, a number of scientists spoke out at the FDA. And one talked about how the process was putting the public at risk, and he had a supervisory role in the evaluation of RBGH until he made that comment in public, and then he was stripped of responsibilities and sent to work at a trailer at an experimental farm on a different project. A division director who said that the industry had too much control over what the FDA was doing, he was forced out. A veterinarian who was asking for too many tests, it was slowing the approval process down, he was fired. The remaining whistleblowers decided to be anonymous. They wrote an anonymous letter to Congress and said that there was conflict of interest and fraud going on at the agency. They talked about Margaret Miller, who, for Monsanto, created a bunch of experiments on RBGH, then moved to the FDA to evaluate her own research. She also, according to this letter, at random, changed the amount of allowable antibiotics in milk. In order to approve this injection, it was going to increase infections, it was going to increase the use of antibiotics, so she raised the level from 1 part per 100 million to 1 part per million, a 100-fold increase. When the Congress people eventually did an investigation, they also looked into Michael Taylor. Michael Taylor, just before becoming the number 2 man in the FDA in charge of policy, the man who decided that milk from cows injected with RBGH does not have to be labeled. He was formerly attorney for Monsanto Corporation. Monsanto produces RBGH. He later became a high-ranking official in the USDA and later the vice president for Monsanto. And that's not unique. If we look into the current and previous administrations, there's a revolving door. In fact, one interesting comment, someone described the Monsanto Board of Directors as a virtual retirement home for former Clinton administrators. And in addition to seeing the kind of pressure that was put on the US scientists, 10 years later when Canada was evaluating RBGH, the same thing happened there. 6 scientists testified before Parliament there that they had been pressured, and one was told that if he didn't approve RBGH, he'd be shipped off where no one would hear from him again. They said that Monsanto offered them a bribe of $1 to $2 million if they approved the RBGH without further research. Monsanto responded on national Canadian TV that they had misunderstood an offer for research money. Documents were stolen out of a locked file cabinet. And they eventually got permission to approve, actually to review the FDA's evaluation of RBGH and wrote a volume this thick on how it was full of gaps and improper assumptions and omissions, which I analyzed in my chapter 3 called Spilled Milk. And I described some of the research that the FDA used to defend approval. For example, I think you'll find this one entertaining, this bit of quote science. The FDA scientists wrote an article in Science magazine and said that the amount of natural bovine growth hormone in milk does not increase substantially in cows treated with RBGH, but even if it did increase, it wouldn't matter because 90% is destroyed during pasteurization. I looked into this with the help of some other investigators, and it turns out there actually was, according to the citations that they were using, a 26% increase in this growth hormone. A 26% increase in a hormone. But apparently that wasn't significant because the researchers only injected 3 cows. And I read in the study, they injected the cows with 10.6 milligrams per day, parentheses, the approximate dose. Now, by the time I read this, I'd been doing a lot of investigation, and when it said approximate dose, my red flags went up, and I called a friend of mine who I knew would give me the straight scoop because he had published in his dairy newsletter some stolen documents from the FDA years earlier. And he had showed that when Monsanto wanted to verify that injections did not interfere with fertility, the researchers apparently added cows to the study that were pregnant before injection. When cows got sick, they were removed from studies altogether. It also showed that immediately following injection, there was an increase in hormone levels in the blood of up to 1,000-fold. So I said to my friend Pete Harden, Pete, it says 10.6 milligrams per day, the average dose, the approximate dose. He immediately said, no one injects every day. It would be economically infeasible. Dairy farmers inject every 2 weeks. I said, how much do they inject? He said 500 milligrams, not 10.6. The researchers actually used a different company's RBGH, one that was never approved, slightly different formulation, but used a daily dose instead of that big biweekly dose. And we know from the stolen documents that on the biweekly dose, hormone levels skyrocket by as much as 1,000-fold. So perhaps they chose a daily dose to avoid that spike in hormone levels in the milk. But it doesn't matter, right? Because 90% is destroyed during pasteurization. Well, the same undergraduate did that research also. And they heated milk for 30 minutes at 162 degrees. Normally at that temperature, you heat milk for 15 seconds and call it pasteurized. So they heated milk 120 times longer. Imagine heating a turkey 120 times longer than the instructions. but they only destroyed 19%. They only destroyed 19%. They added powdered hormone, 146 times the natural occurring level of hormone, heated it 120 times longer, and were then able to destroy 90%. And that's what the FDA quoted. That was what the FDA used as a basis for safety. Now, we don't know if this particular hormone is bad for human beings. We may not even have receptors for it. But that's not the only thing that increases in milk. Antibiotics increase in milk, pus increases in milk. That's treated from RBGH, but also IGF-1, insulin-like growth factor 1. Two very sophisticated journals published this information in 1998. Premenopausal women with high levels of IGF-1 are 7 times more likely to develop breast cancer. Outside of family history, it's the #1 risk factor. Men are 4 times more likely to develop prostate cancer. IGF-1 is also implicated in colon and lung cancer. IGF-1 in milk is identical chemically to the IGF-1 in human beings, and milk drinkers tend to have higher levels of IGF-1. And the milk from cows treated with RBGH has higher levels of IGF-1. Sobering news, isn't it? So that's the second category. Milk, dairy products from cows treated with genetically modified bovine growth hormone. So let's talk about the first category, the one that most people know about, the crops. And let's talk about the FDA once again. Because in 1992, the FDA formulated a policy on genetically modified crops. They said no testing was necessary. If the industry that created the foods believed it were safe, then they could bring it on the market without even telling the FDA. No long-term safety testing required, no notification required, and they justified this policy with the following sentence. We know of no information showing that the foods created from these new methods differ in any meaningful or uniform way. We know of no information. Remember that, I'm going to test you on it. We know of no information. And that's what Americans believed. They figured that the FDA scientists got together, looked around, couldn't find any information, said, oh, must be the same. Years later, a friend of mine spearheaded a lawsuit against the FDA. He got 44,000 documents, internal, formerly secret documents, and it showed what was really going on. The scientists said these foods can create, remember that list? Allergies, toxins, carcinogens or new diseases, antibiotic-resistant diseases, that's a new one, nutritional problems. They also said these problems would not necessarily be obvious to those who create the foods, and therefore they must be subjected to long-term safety testing before being fed to the public. One person summarizing all the comments from the scientists of the agency said, the technical experts at the agency believe that these foods are different than foods created from normal conventional means, and they have different risks. You remember what the comment was in the policy? We know of no difference. You know who was in charge of that policy? Michael Taylor, former attorney to Monsanto. He was in charge overseeing the rewriting of this policy. One comment from a scientist at the FDA made public from the lawsuit was, what's happened to this document? It's become a very political document, very pro-industry. It doesn't address consumer concerns. And he said, this is the industry's pet idea, namely that there's no unintended side effects, but the data doesn't support this. So they were aware that there could be unintended side effects. When the experts in the Canadian Royal Society looked at it, they said the default prediction of genetic modification is unintended side effects, and that there's no justification to assume that they're safe. David Suzuki says, if a politician or a scientist tells you that GM foods are safe, he's either very stupid or lying. David Suzuki is a geneticist. You may have seen him on PBS. So this was the concern by the scientists, but the number 2 person at the FDA, Michael Taylor, and even the number 1 person, the commissioner. The commissioner wrote a letter, which became public from the lawsuit, which said, the biotechnology policy is now in tune with the intentions of the general biotechnology policy of the White House, which is to also ensure the safe and speedy development of the U.S. biotechnology industry. There was a huge movement to popularize genetic engineering because America was the breadbasket of the world, and America was the provider of technology for the world. Let's put them together. This was also industry's goal. When Arthur Anderson, a consultant for Monsanto, described how they had consulted with Monsanto, they said, describe your ideal future in 15 to 20 years. And the Monsanto executive said, we see a world in which 100% of all commercial seeds are genetically modified and patented. And then the Arthur Anderson consultant announced that they worked backwards from that goal to create the strategy and tactics to achieve it. And key to their success was the influence that Monsanto had in the government, which was legendary. One commenter who was in charge of biotechnology issues for about 20 years said that the regulatory agencies in the government have done everything that big agribusiness has asked them to do and told them to do. So that's the situation we face. They recommended long-term safety testing, the scientists, but the policymakers did not. In fact, when that document was sent up to higher levels of political influence, someone from the Office of Management and Budget said, we should put a sentence in here which says the foods created from these new methods are safer because it's a more precise method of creating foods. So as the evaluation went up the political ladder, the foods got safer and safer. So what happens when you do submit these foods to long-term safety testing? I would like to know too. Do you know how many animal feeding studies have been done on genetically modified foods and published? Anyone? There's actually 10. 2 were done independently, 8 were done by industry, but several of those 8 were commercial feeding studies. They weren't really safety studies. Now I'll tell you about industry-sponsored versus independently sponsored studies. Aspartame, NutraSweet. It's created through genetic modification. It was responsible for 80% of complaints one year to the FDA about potential health side effects. Between 1985 and 1995, approximately 166 studies were done on aspartame, divided almost evenly between independently sponsored and company sponsored. 100% of the independently sponsored studies raised questions about aspartame. Some indicated the possibility of brain tumors. What percentage, by coincidence, of the company-sponsored studies raised a question? 0. So 2 of the 10 studies were independently done. 8 were done by industry. Let's talk about those 2. Let's talk about one of those 2. They were done by the same person, Dr. Arpad Pusztai. Dr. Arpad Pusztai, leading researcher in his field. It's a brand of protein called lectin. He was working at the leading nutritional laboratory in Europe. He was invited there 35 years or 37 years ago by a Nobel laureate to work in his laboratory, and he'd become the leader in his field. He had over 300 scientific studies done, about 12 books edited or written, and he was a money magnet for grant money because he was so thorough and well thought of. And he won a grant over 27 competitors, which was the big biotech grant from the British government. They were to create the protocol for long-term safety testing, the long-awaited protocol. This was actually in the mid-90s. Nothing had been published at that point, so it was all new territory. But he was called in because he had done nutritional safety testing for years. And he was leading a 20-member team in 3 different institutions. And as part of their creating of the protocol, which was to be adopted by both the United Kingdom and also eventually by Europe, they created a genetically modified potato. The potato was genetically modified to produce an insecticide. Now let's back up here for just a second and talk about that aspect of crops that are registered as pesticides, because you eat them. There are certain corn that we eat that's genetically modified to produce an insecticide called Bt. Cotton also is genetically modified to produce Bt. We eat cottonseed oil. It's interesting that farmers have told me that when they give cows a choice, cows reject genetically modified corn. Normally, cows will eat the corn to the end of the trough. Whatever's there, they'll continue eating till it's gone. The first farmer put in a trough genetically modified on one side, conventional on the other. He let his 25 cows in, and they all congregated on one side of the trough and never ate the ones on the other side. When this was told to other farmers, they repeated this study over and over again with cows and hogs, letting 2 or 3 into a pen at once, and they had 2 different troughs. The first one, genetically modified corn, the second one, conventional corn, and the same thing happened over and over and over again. They'd go up to the first trough, they'd smell it, maybe they'd taste it, they'd go to the next trough, they'd finish it off. They'd go back to this one, they'd smell it, and then they'd walk away. Geese avoided eating genetically modified Roundup Ready soybeans from a field. They only ate the conventional on the side of the field. Rats were fed a tomato, and they didn't eat it. I think this is a great selling point. Are rats eating your tomatoes? Well, you can have this tomato which survives longer on your shelf, and rats reject it. Well, they force-fed the rats. This was a study that was actually reviewed by the FDA, and they developed stomach lesions. 7 of 40 died within 2 weeks. They were replaced in the study. The tomatoes were approved. Anyway, let's get back to Arpad Pusztai's potatoes. He was genetically engineering a potato to produce an insecticide. The insecticide was a lectin. That was what he was an expert in. And this lectin he knew most about. He had studied it for 6.5 years and was sure that it was harmless to humans and rats. So he was surprised to discover that the rats that were fed the genetically modified potato developed problems. But the rats that were fed the potato spiked with this lectin insecticide did not develop the problems, nor did the rats who were just eating the potatoes. It was only those that were genetically modified to produce the lectin. So this is significant information. He had taken a gene from the snowdrop plant and put it into the potato to produce this protein, which was an insecticide. He knew the protein was safe. So why did his rats develop potentially precancerous cell growth in the intestines and stomach, smaller brains, livers, and testicles, partial atrophy of the liver, damaged immune system? We're not exactly sure why, but we know it's probably the process of genetic modification, and not that specific lectin, right? It's not the specific lectin. I spend a lot of time in the first chapter of my book describing the events around Dr. Arpad Pusztai, and I'll leave the good stuff for the read. But I'll tell you in short, he went public with his information, was fired from his job after 35 years, silenced with threats of a lawsuit, eventually invited to speak before Parliament, got his data back, and the gag order was lifted, and his study was published in The Lancet, and remains the most in-depth animal feeding study ever done on genetically modified foods. I interviewed Dr. Arpad Pusztai extensively, and I asked the question, what was the most shocking moment? What was the highest drama? Why was I asking that question? Because I was writing a book. You'll see in the book that I write for drama and weave the science into it. No one's going to buy a textbook, and I wanted to appeal to a large number of people, so I had to write, as Laurie said earlier, the X-Files stories. I had to write about the bribery and the scientist who claims that a Mexican government official threatened him, even implying, "We know where your children go to school," and how fictitious names created by PR companies created an entire internet sensation to attack in research that was incriminating against genetic engineering, and how threatening letters from Monsanto have shut down stories from TV and newspapers and books. So I write that for your entertainment. So I asked him what was the most shocking moment. And it wasn't being fired after 35 years. It wasn't the moment that he discovered the damage to the rats. I was banking on one of those too, but I would have lost the bet. Evidently, I was the only one that asked him that question, because he had been interviewed hundreds of times but never told this story. He said months before this episode happened, his director, Professor James, walked into his office with a stack of about 700 pages, put it on his desk. Arpad's wife, a senior scientist at the Raoult Institute, came in. The director said, "This is the submissions from the biotechnology companies for their foods, 6 or 7 foods. The Minister of Agriculture wants a scientific opinion on these. He's meeting in Brussels with the other EU ministers." Now, Arpad Pusztai looked at this man, and then looked at the stack, and looked back at the professor, and realized this man would never actually read these pages, but he was on the committee to approve the foods. And Arpad also realized that most of the members of the 12-member committee were too busy. They weren't working scientists. They were on a lot of different committees. They were committee men. But Arpad and his wife had been spending the last 2 years evaluating and designing the appropriate protocol for safety testing for every variety before it was to be introduced to the market. So they were among the most qualified people on earth to review the stack of pages. They said, "How much time do we have?" The professor said, 2.5 hours. When reading those studies, he went straight for the data and the design because he didn't have a lot of time. He said reading those studies was the most shocking moment because he was appalled at how bad the science was, how poor the research was, and how little industry was prepared to do in order to get its foods on the market as quickly as possible and expose them to human beings. He said at that moment, he realized that what industry was doing and what he was doing, which was safety testing, was diametrically opposed, and it was a turning point in this very pro-biotech scientist's life. He called up the minister and said, "I wasn't planning to give you a strong recommendation at this point, after only 2.5 hours, but I have to say, there is definitely not enough information here to allow these foods to be fed to human beings or to animals." The minister said, "I don't know why you're telling me this. Your professor's committee approved these 2 years ago. They were already on the market." Now here is the catch. 1, the potatoes would have made it to the market. Arpad Pusztai's potatoes that hurt those rats would have made it to the market had they been submitted to that superficial research. They never tested for the things he tested for. Here's the second one. The soy and the corn and the tomatoes that were approved were never tested for that, which means they could be creating the same thing in rats, if they're willing to eat it, and in human beings. So that's the sobering point about long-term safety testing. There's only been one real, and it was only preliminary. I mean, when he found out the results, he contacted the very pro-biotech British government and said, "We need to have more money to investigate the cause." But they didn't give him any more money. In fact, when they fired him, they dismantled the team, stopped doing the work, and there is no independent long-term safety testing program. But we still have those same evaluation from the FDA scientists. Allergies, toxins, new diseases, antibiotic-resistant diseases. Here's an interesting one, antibiotic-resistant diseases. When you take a gene from one species and you blast it into a pile of cells, you have no idea which cell gets your gene into the DNA. You can't put it under a microscope. It's too small. So what they do is they attach to this gene what's something called an antibiotic-resistant marker gene, ARM, an ARM gene. And they blast that in, and then once the cells get this 22 caliber blast, they douse it with antibiotics. If the cell, the ARM gene, gets into the DNA, it renders it invincible to antibiotics. So those cells that survive got the genes into their DNA. And that's why you put this antibiotic-resistant marker gene, and that's the only time it's used. When the Flavor Saver tomato was first being approved by the FDA, it was the first crop back in the early 90s, they asked the Division of Anti-Infective Drugs what they thought about introducing an ARM gene. The director wrote a memo entitled, "The Tomato That Will Eat Akron." In all capital letters, he said it would be a serious health hazard. Why? Because that antibiotic-resistant marker gene just might jump off of the food that we eat, onto the bacteria in our stomachs and intestines. Bacteria is very promiscuous. They could pass that gene on to pathogenic bacteria, and all of a sudden we have pathogenic bacteria accidentally genetically engineered to resist death by antibiotics. The response by the biotechnology industry to this threat, which, by the way, was one of the reasons why the British Medical Association called for a ban on genetically modified foods, the biotechnology industry said, not to worry, DNA is destroyed during digestion. This was one of a very long list of assumptions that have been proven wrong. And it's a very interesting study how they proved it wrong in human beings. They took 7 volunteers. This was a British government study. This is the only human feeding study ever done, except the big one that we're all part of. Which, by the way, the same British government agency wanted to monitor. They contacted the Safeway and other executives from the big retail chains in England and said, you have a loyalty card program, and so you have the records of 30 million consumers. We've got the medical records. We want to see if those eating genetically modified foods have higher levels of cancer, childhood allergies, and birth defects. Since they had previously announced that that GMOs were safe, when this information was leaked to the public, the embarrassed government decided not to do the follow-up. So we actually don't have any monitoring of that sort. But they did do this study where they took 7 human volunteers, and these volunteers had colostomy bags. They had their lower intestines removed, not for the study. And they fed these volunteers soy burgers and a soy milkshake. The soy is genetically modified. Remember, it's herbicide resistant. It doesn't die when herbicide is applied. So the first thing they did is they looked in the colostomy bag and found that they were totally surprised at how much intact DNA made it through past the small intestine. Then they took the bacteria out of the colostomy bag and they put it in different dishes and they added herbicide. And lo and behold, for 3 of the 7 volunteers, their bacteria survived. It's also possible that another genetic construct that they put in with the gene before they do the blasting, that also jumps. Now this construct is called a promoter. Let me explain why they use promoters. If you take a gene out of bacteria and you blast it into a soybean, that gene will just sit there. Even if it gets into the DNA, it will do nothing. Because, as you all know, there's a little man behind the DNA that controls all the genes. And it pushes some up and pushes some down, but has no idea what to do with this new gene. So, they take a piece of a virus, which is known to overpower this guy's control, and it turns on the gene 24/7 high volume. And it's attached to the gene, and it gets blasted in together. The theory was, this is another one of those assumptions that have been proven wrong, the theory was that the promoter will only turn on the gene to which it's attached. But guess what? Sometimes it turns on genes down the DNA, even on a different chromosome. And it can pump out proteins 24/7 high volume in spite of this man's objection. So what could possibly be the results of pumping out a protein 24/7? We've been through this list: allergens, toxins, carcinogens, new diseases, nutritional problems. It could be great. It could end up turning on the master gene, or it could be worse. Now, there are some scientists that believe that if this promoter gene jumps onto our internal organs, it might create unregulated cell growth, which could lead to, cancer. Now, this particular scientist that I quote, Dr. Stanley Ewan, he was the one that actually examined the inside of Arpad Pusztai's rats and found extra cell growth. Those are a couple of the 21 ways in which genetically modified foods can create unpredicted side effects, which is in my 2nd chapter. So let's change modes here. We've kind of worked our way down into the depths of possible problems. I can also mention some other things. For example, the corn currently on the market would certainly not pass the World Health Organization's recommended tests for keeping allergens off the market that are genetically modified. There's a lot of implications that it should never have been approved. And we won't talk about some of the other ways in which studies were rigged to avoid finding problems, some of the 8 out of the 10. But let's talk about what we can do. Now, I personally believe that genetically modified foods are one of the most serious threats to health and the environment. I also think it's one of the easiest battles to win. We don't have to convince the Bush administration of anything. They pretty much have bought the biotech line, as did the administration before them. Dan Glickman, former Secretary of Agriculture for the Clinton administration, a big pro-GMO guy, a big cheerleader, went around Europe trying to sell American GMOs to Europe. He said before stepping down in an interview, "What I saw generically on the pro-biotech side was that the technology was good and that it was almost immoral to say that it wasn't good, because it was going to solve the problems of the human race and feed the hungry and clothe the naked. And if you were against it, you're Luddites, you're stupid." And that, frankly, was the side our government was on. And you felt like you're almost disloyal and alien by trying to present an open-minded view. So this is an indication of the thinking of the government, which means maybe they're not liars, maybe they're just bought into mythology, which is what I believe. So how do we combat that thinking, which was paid for by a $50 million yearly budget for advertising, $142 million spent in 2001 for lobbying Washington, and all sorts of revolving door of people that go from biotech to the administration? I don't want to fight that battle, but I don't have to. There's 2 other ways. One is through labeling, and Craig is the champion for labeling. 94% of people said that they want the foods labeled. More than half said they wouldn't eat it if it were labeled. Which raises the point about consumer purchasing power. Consider this. Unilever, Britain's largest food manufacturer, in April of 1999, declared and committed to remove genetically modified foods from all of its ingredients. Within 1 week, there was an avalanche. Every single major food manufacturer said the same thing. McDonald's, Burger King, Safeway, Nestle's, for their European brands. And you know who won that battle? The top of the food chain, consumers. And you know why the consumers in Europe are concerned? If you listen to the biotechnology industry, they'll tell you it was an illegal trade barrier, or cultural, or anti-Americanism, or something other than food safety concerns. I heard them say this at various biotech industry conferences, at the same time that I had been reading for 5 years the British press. And you know what they reported on? Arpad Pusztai, damaged rats, antibiotic resistance, British Medical Association wanting to have a ban. They're actually reporting on this stuff. At the same time, the United States media is completely close-lipped about the potential safety hazards, and certainly about the corruption that's going on. That is why there's resistance there and not here. A study showed that the more people know about genetic modification, the more concern they have. Enter my book. The more information, the more concern. Consumers' concern, steps to protect themselves. Steps to protect themselves: avoid eating genetically modified foods. Avoiding eating genetically modified foods, pressure on the industry. They don't need to lose 10% market share in order to make a change in their ingredients. You can be sure of that. Just a little indication that they're dropping market share, seeing a trend, and that's it. They don't gain anything from using genetically modified foods like corn and soy. They can tell their farmers, if they're large enough, they can contract direct with the farmers. They already do. Frito-Lay has told its farmers not to grow genetically modified corn. Gerber's taken GMOs out of its baby food. Trader Joe's, Whole Foods, Wild Oats, they've taken out of their brand names or committed to do so. But the biggies like Kraft were on their case. My background, by the way, I worked at a GMO detection lab, but not as a laboratory technician, as the vice president of marketing. I did marketing and communications for the precursor to that, to Craig's group that was trying to get the products labeled, and I also worked with political groups. So that's why I wrote a book, because I knew I couldn't rely on the public relations angle, because I'd seen colleagues of mine not get any press on some very inflammatory information, like the guy that discovered all the conflicts of interest and lying at the FDA with all the secret documents. He couldn't get anyone to cover it. But a book can be handed from person to person. And I had a lot of confidence because I knew what Silent Spring had done to DDT when it became popular. And it was popular among people, and it was popular among decision makers. And also The Jungle. The book The Jungle was handed to Teddy Roosevelt just before he got on the train. By the end of the train ride, he was determined and did create meat inspection for the United States. So in addition to getting the book popular, I have a second proposal, or a second plan, and that is to hand the book to as many world leaders as possible, just before they get on trains. So I went to the World Trade Organization, I went to the FTAA recently, I went to Brussels, I went to Brazil, and I'm handing out books. And in fact, the organization that Craig initially founded, Citizens for Health, they receive tax-deductible donations on my behalf. They buy books, and I hand them out. So that's my strategy. That's my marketing strategy. I'm an open book about it. In fact, I describe it in the last chapter. I say what I wrote, what I didn't, and why. Basically, the book is about food safety and corruption. I don't talk about environment, even though I think it's a worse danger, because you can't recall the genes or the fish from the ocean or the air. I don't talk about farmer issues. I save that for a second book I'm writing. This is a book on food safety because this, I think, is the leverage to change people's diet. There are some people in this room that might change their diet for environmental purposes. Most people in the country will not. But talk about protecting your children from the kinds of things we talked about, man, that's leverage. So that's why I wrote the book, and I need some help. I can't do it alone. I count the number of people that I talk to, and I count the number of radio shows that I'm on, and I multiply it by how many people I need, and I need some help. So if you feel so inspired, you're welcome to get a book and pass it on once you've read it. So I invite you to participate if you so choose. But I'll tell you, it's working. All right, so how to avoid eating genetically modified foods. Chapter 8 in my book is called that, How to Avoid Eating Genetically Modified Foods. I also have information on my website, which is seedsofdeception.com, easy to remember. There are basically 4 major crops: soy, corn, cottonseed, and canola. Soy, corn, cottonseed, and canola. Everyone, soy, corn, cottonseed, and canola. You will remember these if you want to remove GMOs from your diet. If you buy organic, it's not legally allowed to contain genetically modified ingredients. Many products in health food stores say non-GMO. Short of that, you have to avoid soy, corn, cottonseed, and canola, and the offspring of soy and corn, which is high fructose corn syrup, corn sweeteners, maltodextrin, dextrose, soy lecithin, soy protein isolate, things like that. And then there's a little bit of genetically modified zucchini and crookneck squash, and the majority of papayas from Hawaii. The tomato, off the market. The potato, off the market. There's a cigarette called Quest 123. Those are genetically modified. There's also the milk from treated cows. It has to say organic or no artificial hormones. And then there's these enzymes and additives which are much more difficult to identify. It's easier to avoid them by either making your food from raw ingredients or buying organic. Aspartame is one that is labeled, the rest are generally not. Hard cheeses have chymosin used instead of rennet. 80% of the hard cheeses in the United States use this genetically modified chymosin as an enzyme. So I have I have all this information in my book. How many people have read my book? Okay. How many people felt some emotion from reading the book? Okay, here's my big risk. How many people made some changes in their diet or reinforced changes in their diet they'd already made from reading the book? Okay, almost everyone. So it's working. So that's what I'm doing.
the Professor of Ocean Physics in University of Cambridge, based at the Department of Applied Maths and Theoretical Physics, DAMT, which is the same department that has Stephen Hawking in it. And I've been working for the last 40 years on sea ice research and polar oceanography, and how the changes in the Arctic and Antarctic ice are affecting the world climate. I've run a research group where we work up in the Arctic on using various means, including submarines, aircraft, and walking around on the ice drilling holes. So I've got a lot of experience of the Arctic, really going back to 1970 when I first went through the Northwest Passage. What you see in the summer, for instance, used to be very heavy pack ice remaining across nearly the whole of the Arctic, so that if you tried to get through it in a ship you'd have a lot of difficulty. Today it's more or less like a blue planet in the Arctic. The ice lies so far back in the summer that you have an almost ice-free Arctic Ocean. That's a big change. Another big change is that when you're actually on the ice, working in it, you find that there's very little multi-year ice left. That used to be the dominant ice type in the Arctic. Very thick, very rugged, with very big, heavy, thick pressure ridges, maybe 50 metres deep. The ice itself 3 metres thick. Very hard to get through in a ship. Today there's almost no multi-year ice left. All the ice forms in 1 year, melts and disappears and has to grow again the next year. So that's called first year ice. It's only a metre or so thick, and it looks completely different. It's the actual landscape of the Arctic Ocean has changed completely over the last 30 years. People are concerned about it because what it's preceding is actual disappearance of the ice, and that's something which could easily happen this year or maybe in the next couple of years. That's disappearance of the ice in the middle of summer, that's in September. That the volume of ice that remains in the summer is now only a quarter of what it was in the 1980s. And if that downward trend continues, there's no reason why it shouldn't do, then the summer volume will go to zero in just a couple of years' time, possibly even this year, which is going to be interesting because I'm going out on an icebreaker this summer. There may not be any ice to break. But that ice-free season, which will start off as being 1 month, will gradually grow until after a few years you'll have about 4 months ice-free, just like we have in the Antarctic at the moment. That's going to be the Arctic of the future, a seasonal ice cover with completely open water during the summer months, and that will have enormous impacts on the various other aspects of global climate. Well, I mean, the impact on the human species of you have to say, are we talking about Arctic change or global change? But I'll talk about Arctic change because that's what I know most about. But the two are linked very strongly because the Arctic is warming faster than any other part of the world, and the changes that are happening there are driving changes elsewhere on the planet. But those changes are going to be the ones that will have the bigger effect on mankind. For instance, the disappearance of ice in the Arctic is leading to warmer air masses moving over Greenland in the summer. That's causing the Greenland ice sheet to melt faster, and that's causing global sea level rise to accelerate. So instead of getting maybe less than a metre of sea level rise this century, which is what's predicted by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the accelerated melt of the Greenland ice sheet could give us a couple of metres or more this century. In fact, some glaciologists are talking about 4 or 5 metres. That might be extreme, but it's very likely to be more sea level rise than has so far been predicted. That means we're being very complacent about sea level rise, and we ought to be realising that many coastal regions, for instance the coast of Bangladesh, which is very vulnerable, eastern China, and a lot of cities like Miami will have to be abandoned, and that will have an enormous impact on the global economy and on the lives of people. So that's one thing. That's just a minor thing in a way. then the other thing is that global warming itself is being accelerated by the fact that as the sea ice retreats, that reduces the global average albedo, the amount of radiation that's reflected straight back into space, and that means that the rate of warming will go up, so that again this attempt to pretend that we can keep global warming below 2 degrees, which was already a pretense, is even more ridiculous. It's certainly going to get to 4 or 5 degrees by the end of this century, which will then have quite catastrophic impacts on agricultural production, for instance, and being able to support the population that we have now, let alone an increasing population. So that's another impact which people don't think about. And I suppose a third one which I'm concerned about a lot, in fact I'm concerned with doing fieldwork in this area at the moment, is whether or not we might have a massive methane outbreak. We're really concerned about the Arctic offshore, that the continental shelves of Siberia are very shallow water, and up until recently there was always sea ice over those shelves, even in the summer, because the sea ice didn't retreat very much. Now it retreats in the summer and is already disappears for 2, 3 or 4 months off those shelves. That allows the water to warm up, and when the water warms up, it causes the underwater permafrost to melt, which hasn't melted since the last ice age, and that's allowing methane to be released, because there's a lot of methane trapped in methane hydrates under the seabed. And the fear is that this could all happen quite precipitately, that the melting or thawing of the seabed permafrost will allow a lot of methane to be released in a short time, and that would have a very big impact on global warming. The methane is a very powerful global warming gas, and its impact develops within a very few years, not like carbon dioxide, which is a powerful greenhouse gas but which stays around for a century. Methane does its thing and then vanishes after about 9 or 10 years. But that thing would consist of perhaps 0.6 of a degree extra warming for the planet just within a few years, which would be catastrophic in relation to the amount of warming we've had already and that we're going to get. The field workers who are studying the emissions of methane from the Arctic shelves are already seeing big increases in the emission rate. We're seeing big plumes of methane coming out of the seabed in the summer, just like an oil blowout, and gas coming up from an oil blowout. But it's big fields of methane gas being released from the seabed, forming big bubble plumes that are being detected. Now, until recently, all that happened was there was one Russian ship went out there every summer, and the people on that have been seeing more methane being emitted each summer, but only in the East Siberian Sea. And so that we need to know how much methane there is and how fast it'll come out. So that ought to be one of the biggest research projects that man is doing, because it's a massive risk. You could justify spending a certain amount of money on detecting asteroids, because if an asteroid hit the Earth, the result will be complete catastrophe. But the probability of an asteroid hitting the Earth in any given year is several million to 1. You multiply the two, you get a number which some people would say justifies having an asteroid detection system. But with offshore methane, the effect, if it's released on the planet, would be equally catastrophic, or almost as catastrophic, because the amount of warming will be immediate and large. but the probability that it will happen is quite large, and we're seeing the methane already being released. So it's not a low probability, high catastrophe risk. It's a high catastrophe, high probability risk, which means we should be studying that intensively and trying to find ways in which we could tap off that methane, for instance, and prevent it from being emitted. Some kind of it's a dirty word, but fracking is a technique that, if you apply it in this context to actually horizontal drilling underneath the methane hydrate sediments, it might be a way of preventing methane from being released. So we should be, on Earth, we should be making one of our highest scientific priorities studying and trying to do something about the possibility of a methane outbreak from the Arctic. And unfortunately we're not, because that's scarcely mentioned by IPCC in its assessment, because I think it's being criminally kind of complacent in not wanting to stress or even talk about the possibility of some major catastrophes. The only way, as far as offshore methane is concerned, for instance, would be bring back Arctic sea ice. And some people are saying, let's try and do that. But the trouble is, you can't really bring back Arctic sea ice without cooling the planet. And nobody's thought of a targeted method that will simply cause sea ice to grow or not retreat around the edges of the Arctic Ocean. That the sea ice growth and decay is governed by global temperatures. So finding a way to bring back sea ice won't work unless you can cool the entire planet. But the only way that I can think of, or that anybody has thought of, is this method that curiously the oil industry has come up with, which is a modification of the fracking method to have offshore wells, offshore platforms along the Arctic coastline, just in shallow water, and then drill down and have a network of horizontal drilling into cavities or creation of cavities to try to suck in the methane and then pump it out through the well without it actually breaking through the seabed and rising to the atmosphere. So that's no research been done on that. It's just been suggested, but somebody should be doing research on this before it happens. Otherwise, we've really had it. It is about 27 times as powerful. So every molecule of methane causes 23, I think, times as much warming as one molecule of carbon dioxide. But after about 7 years in the atmosphere, a molecule of methane is likely to be oxidized in the atmosphere, and it turns into a molecule of carbon dioxide. It loses its power, really, because its warming power is reduced to 1/27th of what it used to be. So it's when the methane is in the form of methane that it's most dangerous, and when it gets oxidized to carbon dioxide, it's much less dangerous. It's less than 20th as dangerous. Our children have a future only if we take action now. And my fear is that the current generation of world leaders, politicians, I won't call them statesmen because they're not, is too cowardly to take any action now, because any action would involve such a large disruption of our present way of life that they don't want to take it because they might not get re-elected. So there's a conspiracy of complacency throughout the world in which they still imagine that if we do a few minor things and a few minor adjustments and reduce our carbon dioxide emissions, then all will be well. But it won't, because we've already got too much carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. We're already going to have more than 2 degrees warming, even if we don't emit any more because of the already existing carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. So we've got to not only stop emitting it or reduce the emissions, but find ways to take it out of the atmosphere. And that's a technology that hasn't been developed. Would be a massive research program to develop, but we should be doing it. It's a bit like the Manhattan Project. We should be doing it from the point of view of our own survival, and that's the sort of thing that the present generation should be concentrating all our attention on. And if we can do that, then our children have got a future. So my fear is that nobody will do anything because of cowardice and inertia and all the normal human attributes. They'll sort of say, well, let's wait until it really hits us and then we'll act. But by the time it really hits us, by the time our weather changes have made it impossible to feed everybody in the world, for instance, and we have worldwide famine, by the time those sort of changes of that scale have happened, it's too late to do anything. We will by then have too much carbon dioxide in the atmosphere to prevent a kind of runaway global climate catastrophe. So my fear is that it's that our own inertia will lead us to not take action until it's actually too late to save ourselves. Well, I would say focus the whole, stop spending all of the world's scientific money on military research, which at the moment about 90% of research funds in the world are spent on military research. Take all the scientists in the world and all the funds that are presently spent on military research and switch into studying, first of all, how do we take carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere to reduce, because that's the only way ultimately that will save us, is to bring the CO2 level down. And we can only do that by some drastic method of actually removing CO2 from the atmosphere. We can't do it by messing around with reducing our emissions. We can't even do it by stopping our emissions because things have gone too far. We've got to actually take it out the atmosphere. So I would order the world scientists to make that the biggest research program in the world, and forget military research, forget NASA and so on. Do that. We've got a research cruise in the Arctic Ocean in September with a new US icebreaker at University of Alaska. And we're looking at one particular thing, which may not be the most important thing, but it's that the retreat of the sea ice is, in summer, is going much faster than computer models predict. And we think that one factor there is the fact that as the sea ice retreats, it opens up this huge area of open water in the Arctic Ocean, which is then becomes like an ocean with lots of waves and storms and swell, and the waves themselves break the remaining ice up and cause it to retreat faster, so that there's a kind of collaborative effect there that the remaining ice is vanishing faster. There are very few politicians that have any credibility these days. This is an era of really poor quality politicians. It's a bad time for the planet. But the only person who really retains enormous respect and has a huge power base in the world is the Pope. And the fact is that he is extremely concerned about climate change. Last year, he had a conference at the Vatican, which I went to and gave a talk at, which was a bunch of climate scientists were invited to talk about how rapidly things are changing in the planet, what can we do about it. That was the Pontifical Academy of Sciences. So that meeting and the aftermath, the continued interactions between the scientists and the Vatican, has led to the Pope really developing a very powerful encyclical about climate change, what we're doing to the planet, how bad this is and that we should be doing something about it urgently. And that's about to come out this week, and I think that will have a lot of power, because already it's producing kind of anguished expressions of denial from Republican presidential candidates in America who are Catholics. That they could previously reconcile being a Catholic with being super keen on oil and all the nasty things that pay for them being politicians. But now they've got to have a real difficulty when this encyclical comes out. They have to decide whether what comes first. So I think it's already, before it's even published, it's having a beneficial effect. Well, if it's really drastic, then I think we can. We won't be able to avoid 2 degrees of warming, but we can maybe stop it if we can develop CO2 removal. We can stop it before it gets to, say, 3 or 4, so we can gradually bring things under control, or at least reduce the rate of warming to the point where it is possible to adapt to it. At the moment, it's accelerating to the point where we can't adapt. But so I think if we take really serious action, and it has to be really serious now, that we can sort of survive.
Hello and welcome to the Environmental News Network. We are filming from the lovely Constantia Valley with helicopters flying overhead, birds tweeting all around us, and I am basically going to cover some information that is deemed extremely important in terms of the environment, and it is actually extremely important. I mean, it's actually crazy important, but you sitting there in your house may or may not be aware of this. But it is actually so important that we've gone out of our way just to reiterate certain points of this. So the story actually starts a long time ago, but the part that I'm going to start with is the Great Barrier Reef, which was the first kind of point that it started becoming to everyone's attention. As some of you may or may not have heard, the Great Barrier Reef has been in slow decline over a period of time. And what is known as coral bleaching, which is basically this beautiful, lovely, luscious coral, it basically bleaches into this dull grey or dull white kind of shade due to lack of nutrients and ocean acidification. So a report was released roughly about 3 weeks ago, in which it's the most comprehensive study ever done on the reef, which they're saying that roughly 83% of the Great Barrier Reef is now dead. The question is whether or not, well, it's the top surface, remember that. The question is whether or not the Great Barrier Reef will be able to recover from such an event. And it is deemed extremely unlikely that the Great Barrier Reef is going to be able to recover. So as a result of this, people have taken some dramatic steps. They've basically gone and they're looking at doing things that neutralize the pH content of the top surface of the water in an attempt to basically remove the acidification problem that is causing the bleaching on the Great Barrier Reef. The problem really is, though, is that what's happening on the Great Barrier Reef is not a micro problem. So it's not a local problem. The problem that's happening on the Great Barrier Reef is actually a macro problem. And what that means is that there is no action that can be taken by any person in Australia, New Zealand, any of the surrounding islands. There is absolutely nothing that they can do about it, because what you are really witnessing is the impact of the macro event of climate change that is having a direct impact not only on the Great Barrier Reef, but on reefs all around the world. And what that means is that if you start looking at the kind of articles we've put out much news articles about this that's been published rather widely, and there is kind of social activists that are trying to start campaigns, save the Great Barrier Reef, save the Great Barrier Reef, all over Facebook, Twitter, and various other groups. But the reality is that there is absolutely nothing that can be done to save the Great Barrier Reef, because it's a macro problem caused by overall climate change. So the thinking behind the Great Barrier Reef, if you understand that it is like the heart of the ocean. I mean, there nowhere else in the world is such a diverse, large kind of place in the ocean found with such a density of life. So in a way, it's like the heart of the ocean. When you and I don't know how old you are, where most of us, a lot of us were born, the Great Barrier Reef was an abundant, beautiful place. And inside of our time, we're actually going to see the death of the heart of the ocean. And, no social activism is going to stop it. The only thing that is going to stop it is if we eventually kind of move away from this idea of climate change. But bearing in mind that 83% of the reef is already dead, the probability of us being able to stop it is almost zero. So then, sorry, I've just been corrected, it was 93% of the reef is dead. That's actually right. So then it brings us to another component. So now take that story and throw that story on one side of your mind, okay? And then it comes to another part of the story. Now they were looking, a study was recently done on what is causing ocean acidification. But while they were studying that, they were looking at oxygen levels inside of the ocean. Now there is a relationship between the volume of plankton that is present in the water and their ability to sequester carbon dioxide. The ocean, despite what you may have heard, is actually the largest sequesterer of carbon dioxide. And when I say sequester, I mean that it takes in carbon dioxide and releases oxygen. So the ocean is actually the largest, what we call a carbon sink. So it's bigger than the rainforest, bigger than any other arboreal forest, it's bigger than any thing that we have done. The ocean actually does most of the work. So most of the oxygen that you're breathing comes from the ocean. I'm going to come to that point in a little bit. I'm just going to explain a bit about the dynamics of what's happening in the ocean. So basically plankton are responsible for bringing oxygen from the surface of the water, bringing carbon dioxide from the surface of the water, and they harness that as they keep the carbon, they release the oxygen. But because the top surface of the water has been heated, because of the amount of sunlight that is impacting on the ocean, the plankton are no longer able to reach the top surface of the water, and thus, even though they are still filtering some carbon dioxide that is resident, because that's what acidification is, it's an increase in carbon dioxide, it's mainly carbon that they're picking up, and there's less oxygen going around the ocean. So the report came out that basically said by 2030, you would start to see off all shores, or you would start to see obvious signs of lack of oxygen inside of the water. And there's another report that came out, but it's kind of minor by comparison, but it's still significantly important, is that the plankton is responsible for bringing that oxygen right from the top surface levels right to all the levels going down the marine chain as far as it can. And what this does is it enables a healthy marine environment where creatures of all different kind of levels in the ocean are capable of eating or breathing. So with the loss of oxygen in the water, with the reduction in oxygen in the water, and with the growing kind of losses of oxygen in the water, the impact on marine life is projected to be devastating. Devastating. So what you're talking about is the loss of massive marine chains. So where you and I now can walk into the store and pick up like fish, a large proportion of those fish are they're dying. They're dying. So because they're just dying of suffocation, there is nothing for them to actually breathe. So the impacts, the knock-on effect impacts that this has is dramatic. So now if you take that and put that in the side as well, along with our little story about the Great Barrier Reef, what you're left with is an interesting little study that's been done, and something that we've actually here at Brave Green World, we've been monitoring for quite some time. In fact, it was a question that was raised a while back. When you were in school, you got taught, so you said, like, how much oxygen is actually in the atmosphere, okay? So the common phrase that we throw around is 21%. 21% of oxygen is available in the atmosphere, which means that for every breath that you take, you're taking in some helium, some argon, some oxygen, but of that, 21% is actually oxygen. Now, if you understand the fundamentals of climate change, what they're saying is that there's an increase in carbon dioxide. So from combustion, like we're burning carbon, from kind of, exhaust, carbon monoxide. So from all of these things, there's a combustion process that's taking. It's what's called oxidization, which means that in order to release carbon in the form of smoke or byproduct, it has to attach itself to an oxygen so that it becomes lighter and it floats up. So that's how you get carbon dioxide, which means that there's a direct mathematical relationship between the volume of carbon dioxide versus the volume of oxygen. So some studies were done about this because what we wanted to find out was, what is the actual oxygen? You can't have an increase in carbon dioxide without having a corresponding decrease in oxygen. So we wanted to see what studies were done in relation to the amount of atmospheric oxygen that's available. And so far, the results are kind of sketchy. Scientists actually blatantly stated in the document that they just don't know. So they've done some recordings. Some cities, they've picked up oxygen contents as low as 14%, some as low as 17%. And these are just patches. If you imagine patches floating around above cities that are deoxygenated. And now you can see it all starts to make sense. Inside of your ocean, you're now getting patches of loss of oxygen. Inside of your atmosphere, you're getting loss of oxygen. And those same losses of oxygen are starting to have an impact on the marine ecosystem, which is in turn having an impact on what you're seeing in the Great Barrier Reef. And so, for the first time, actually, all the little pieces of a puzzle are starting to coalesce into one big story. And that story is happening right now. Right now, as I say this, it's happening. And what are you and I really capable of doing about it? Nothing. What are you and I capable of bringing about some kind of change that will affect it? We are powerful. But this has got to be bigger than some social media campaign. This has got to be a fundamental change in the way that we're going about doing business. What it means is that there's greater level of sunlight that is hitting the ocean. The ocean is absorbing more heat because all it is really energy transfer. So there is more energy inside of our atmospheric system than there is outside of our atmospheric system. And what that does is it starts to heat up the top surface of the water. And because the top surface of water begins to heat up, what it really does is anything. It's the same thing that happens with any water. If you heat up water, it expands. As there's more energy absorbed by the ocean, there's lower oxygen inside of the ocean. There's greater ocean acidification, which is reducing plankton. And ultimately, it is now starting to have an impact not only on marine-based kind of oxygen levels, but also on atmospheric-based oxygen levels. And this is a story that is actually more serious than anything you're going to hear. It's more serious than anything that you're going to read. It's more serious than anything that you're actually going to uncover this week. And you can put it in your head, you can do what you like with it. But the fact is that if you take a look, and I'm just going to reiterate why ENN is actually important. If you look at what the news was covering inside of this week, we covered things on CNN like Trump. We covered a whole lot of rubbish that's related to events on the field. But why is nobody talking about this? Because this, in your lifetime, no longer is it 2100, the fame, this is when we'll see the effects of climate change. We're talking something that is only 14 years away before you are going to see significant changes in the oxygen content of the surface of the ocean, and thus it's going to impact those that eat seafood. It's going to impact the entire marine chain, and it's going to impact oxygen levels. And when scientists were asked, what happens if the oxygen levels get to a low point? What is the net effect? What is the safety level for human beings? You know what they said? They don't know. They don't know. Now think about that. Just put that in the back of your head. Remember, for all of you that are going to be watching Donald Trump go on and attack Hillary Clinton, and you're going to watch Bernie Sanders try to climb all over Clinton and how important that is, the reality is that day by day, the oxygen content of this atmosphere that you're relying on to watch those things is actually running out. So I want to thank you for your time in watching ENN. Remember that this is the channel that is going to bring you actual news, real news, that's actually important to you and actually has meaning to not only you but everybody else on Earth. ENN is the one channel where you're going to actually find out the things that are important. So thank you for watching and enjoy the rest of your day.
My name is Pete Bethune and I work for Earthrace Conservation, which is a New Zealand-based NGO. New Zealand is probably the best managed fishery in the world. We have a lot of focus there from the Navy and the Air Force, and the Ministry of Fisheries work very closely with them, and of all the countries that I visited and looked at their fisheries, New Zealand is arguably the best managed, and one of the reasons is they have a total focus on the maximum sustainable catch, and so they base it on numbers, they base it on science, and they develop what is the maximum you can take out of this resource without letting it get depleted. And every year the quotas are managed and adjusted depending on what's been caught over the last year and how healthy the fish stock is. And you may have, for example, through climatic conditions, you might have a fish species takes a big hit and is dropped not because of fishing but because of climatic conditions. In most countries their quota remains the same. In New Zealand they adjust it down or up as the need be, and I think it's where a lot of countries can make big inroads in terms of their fisheries management is by focusing on a maximum sustainable catch rather than simply a quota. Some fisheries in New Zealand have been suspended and some have been dropped drastically, and it tended to be a long time ago. Like now with the fisheries management as it is, it's adjusted annually, and I don't know of it happening recently because they've gotten on top of it, but in the early days of the quota management some fish stocks were suspended. In fact I know of one. They stopped commercial fishing of blue cod in the Marlborough Sounds where it got hit too hard, and part of that was also recreational catch where there was a significant recreational catch inside the area. So it does happen from time to time. That's part of managing a good fishery. The trouble you have with just a straight percentage of pristine is if you're trying to manage it most effectively, you want to base it on the maximum sustainable catch. The percentage of pristine is a measure you can use, but I think at the end of the day you really want to be focusing on what is the most we can take from this resource with it remaining at a sustainable level. And as soon as you start dropping down below that, you need to adjust your quota. The only fishery we have that's at risk are the pelagic species, so especially the tuna that migrate from Tonga, Fiji, Samoa down through our waters, and that fishery has been hit enormously hard, and it's largely out of our control. You know, those fish are taken in international waters and in the waters of island nations who maybe don't have the resource that New Zealand does to go policing it, but all of our other fish species, I believe, are sustainably managed. Maybe one exception, the toothfish, which New Zealand and Australia have kind of claimed as their own, and they issue permits for vessels to go fishing in Antarctic waters when really New Zealand and Australia has no jurisdiction over them, and there's not a lot of science to say that is sustainable. But outside of the toothfish, I think all the rest of our fisheries are reasonably managed, with the exception, I say, of the tuna, which are a pelagic, and we don't have control of those species. I think you've kind of got two issues here. One is the management of your own fishery, with the fishery within your reef system and around your coastline. The second one is these pelagic species, and that is much harder to go managing. And how do you control fishing in international waters? There's really nobody that has jurisdiction to go out there and do enforcement. And I do fear for the the pelagic fisheries, that they will be largely wiped out. You've already seen it, for example, the northern bluefin tuna. I think in a few years it will be all but gone. And you're seeing that now with the yellowfin tuna, the big-eyed tuna. There's many of those tuna species. They are being hit way too hard. A lot of it in international waters, and nothing's being done about it. There is talk, and I've heard in the year 2040 and 2050, of the ocean being entirely jellyfish, and I don't think that's quite true. But there will be large sections of ocean and coastline where I believe that will be the case. You'll find that there will be an increased amount of local extinction, so given species will be fished out locally, and it takes those areas a long time to ever come back. If ever, sometimes there's irreversible change. If you fish a fish stock out completely, is it going to regenerate from it? Can't. And so, long term, there will be areas that become jellyfish only, most definitely. I think fish will be on our menu, but I do see it becoming more exclusive for the wealthy. At the moment, if you look at coastal Africa, such a large percentage of their animal protein intake in coastal Africa is fish, and I think that will change with time. You are seeing it already. There's a push towards having more animal protein from land animals, so things like kudu and reptiles and all sorts. And I think that trend will continue until Africa gets on top of its coastal fishery.
I am Tor Glistrup. I'm working in Directorate of Fisheries of Norway. I also work with the Interpol Fish Crime Working Group. This seminar is an important happening to start the work where we can also use the Interpol tool to hit the top target organized crime in fisheries and related crimes. What I could wish is that we could enforce this work and increase it, and that more countries involved with resources on intelligence, on surveillance and analysis. If we don't take this threat on fish resources seriously, we might end up in a huge problem for the food security for the countries. FAO reports says that in 2050 the world will be 9 billion people, creating an increase of food also from the sea with 50%. That's the need for the future. And when the resources are going down and the need for protein from the sea increase, then there will come a huge problem. And the stocks around the world are in bad shape. So we need to go fast in this direction. And then there is a lot of things one can wish that would happen. We need a better ground for us who operate on this, on the high seas. For instance, look at the law of the sea, paragraph 110. Is that good enough for us? We need to have perhaps a permanent organization who work with this, perhaps under the UN system, within the UN system. And we also need capacity at sea. Why cannot Marine and Coast Guards also be involved here and help us to build capacity at sea, on the high seas? These are major things for us to work on, and if we could achieve more on this, we will be better off in the future. This seminar is the first on fish crime, and from before we have the IUU regulations and systems around the world, but we need this tool to hit those top organizers who take illegal benefit of what is the world's common resources and put it in their pockets and destroy the possibility to do to manage these fish stocks around the world in a good manner. And we are absolutely it's quite necessary for us to work fast, and so this is a very good start for that part of the work against illegalities in the fisheries. We should have started this perhaps years ago, and we need to improve very fast, and we need more countries to involve. So if we are not able to improve and have more resources into work on this, that will be bad for the resources. The countries have to look at their penalty codes, the criminal code in the countries, because these actions, these violations we see here, they are about fish, but nobody's in this for the fish, they are in this for the money. So we need to improve to use the ordinary penalty codes, because the police, they understand that. Everybody have a problem to have the cases through the police system, it seems. And when you put it into that context, they are used to it. That's their everyday life. Then it's not so complicated for them. And it levels up the reactions on this, because that's white-collar crime we actually are dealing with. These 6 vessels that we have been hunting have been operating for 10 years, but now they have been stopped within this operation that we have done, for a period anyway. It's peculiar that there is no more no good thinking on this around. They have to find test cases. I did that in 1998 in Norway. I came from the police. I worked there for years. Why this is not this is like stealing, as Bernard and any other have said here. So we must put the frame on it. This is ordinary white-collar crime. And then the system acknowledges that, and you will have another reaction. And the sanctions in Norway for that, then the top level is 6 years imprisonment, instead of just a fine and pay off each time. The Russians have their own, in their penalty code, they have paragraph 256, as I can recall, makes it illegal to harvest illegally, and then put it in the right law. So they are using that more and more. We don't have that in Norway. Other countries might have it, but so the penalty code use that.
I think at least the next generation of the children, they still will have the future. But the future, they will have a very sad future.
Frankly, I believe my children and the grandchildren, especially grandchildren, not only my children, my grandchildren don't have a future, because the impacts which we already see now are so effective that one has to realize there is a problem and we have to solve this problem now.
The big thing, though, is going to have to be a systemic and structural change in the way that energy is produced and distributed, because nothing else will do.
The days of where we could dump all this toxin into the sea and just get away with it are numbered.
Take shipping. It's 1 billion tons of CO2. If it was a country, it would be the 6th largest country in the world, in between Germany and Japan. On a SOx, NOx and PM level, it's even worse. One large ocean-going vessel pollutes the same as 50 million cars.
The issue of acting on climate change, on sustainable development, is not always portrayed as preventing people from doing something. First step is to do things more responsibly. Secondly, to look for more intelligent answers. And then you can, from there on, begin to develop a whole set of steps.
The New York Times a few days ago, and in particular, the quotes in the second paragraph: even with a deal to stop the current rate of greenhouse gas emissions, scientists warn the world will become increasingly unpleasant. But then it goes on to say, without a deal, they say the world could eventually become uninhabitable for humans.
The other thing that we need to push is the enormous economic opportunity for this generation of investing in energy, clean energy.
So maybe I can tell a little bit about what has been done by through the framework of the ASEAN Association of Southeast Asian Nations. So this issue is really a major transboundary, it's a regional issue, because previously the fires were predominantly in Indonesia, but the smoke from the fires were covering five countries in the southern ASEAN region. And that galvanized all of the countries to come together through the framework of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. And we as an NGO from Malaysia, we have worked very closely with the Secretariat of the ASEAN since 2000, really since 97-98, and that led to the agreement in 2002 by the 10 member countries that they really need to tackle the issue of peatlands. Initially they were just saying smoke, forest fire, in general we need to organize aeroplanes, we need to organize firefighters to go from the countries. But we pointed out that majority, like 90% of the smoke is coming from these particular peat fires. The fires on peatland were only 15 or 20% of the area burned, but produce 90% of the smoke because the fires persist and burn much longer, produce so much more smoke, as well as so much more greenhouse gas emissions. So we really highlighted to the countries the need that they need to focus on peatlands, and that was basically agreed by the governments collectively in 2002, led to the creation of an ASEAN Peatland Management Initiative. Subsequently, the countries agreed to a strategy, a roadmap up to 2020, identified the main elements within that, and we have been progressively working through those mechanisms, basically by saying that rather than Indonesia alone trying to solve the problem, let's harness the knowledge and skills and approaches of the other countries in the region as well. ASEAN has a policy of consensus, not really of not direct intervention, but working together, the concept of working together. And in fact, it's not only Indonesia that has this problem. We have 5 of the ASEAN member states that do have fires in peatlands, but not to the extent of the Indonesian fires. So we have had a very effective program bringing everyone from top officials to local government, to local communities, to indigenous people together and sharing and seeing what other countries are doing and learning from what's going on. And we have found that there's a lot of learning from countries like Thailand, which have the smallest, one of the smallest area of peatland, but they have treasured the peatland because they have lost and degraded it in the past, and so they have protected the small amount remaining, and they have 25 years of how to restore degraded peatlands. Indonesia have never tried at the time how to restore them. They said we have so many, so why bother? And so the exchange from Indonesia and Malaysia to Thailand helped everyone learn, okay, that we can restore these back. Everyone said it was impossible to restore, and the Thai experience showed people that they could, and now we have quite large rehabilitation programs in Indonesia and Malaysia building on the Thai experience. Also a lot of experience in Thailand, Philippines, on the community involvement, community engagement, community livelihood, which has also been shared effectively with the other countries. So this approach of regional sharing, South-South cooperation, has been a very effective tool, and that has also helped at the political level of understanding that this is something collective, that the collective experience can contribute to solving the problem, and there has been empowered a process, supported a process at the regional level, which is making a difference. However, it's the scale of the problem. When we're talking about millions of hectares of degraded system, vulnerable to fire, and then we have one of the worst El Nino droughts that we have had, the second worst ever recorded, then everything is very vulnerable to fire. Then we only need a limited number of irresponsible people to start fires, and then they can spread well and not be controlled. It was not helped this year because of the change of the government. The government in Indonesia changed president in October last year. In his wisdom, he reorganized all of the government ministries responsible for environment and forestry, merged many units together to create a more integrated approach, which was positive, but inadvertently that led to so much reorganization that there was no clear prevention strategy put in place before the fire started in the middle of the year. But now they've learned from that problem and they're trying to move forward, but still we will have to see whether they're successful. The El Nino is expected to continue and strengthen to June next year, so we're expecting in the dry season from February to April there are likely to again be large-scale fires unless good prevention is done.
Steve Johnson, and I'm Professor of Biology at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. The field of research is pollination biology, so I look at the interactions between plants and animals with respect to pollination. So most of the world's plants depend on animals to pollinate their flowers, and pollination in turn is the process that gives rise to seeds. So for plants to have a new generation, they need to be pollinated and to be able to produce seeds. In an ecological context, pollination is important because it's part of the network of interactions between species that maintain life as we know it. But pollination often happens in the middle of the night or at a time that you may not see it. So part of the challenge is to actually figure out what's going on with the flowers and their pollinators. And this is involves a lot of running around after insects and trying to see what they're up to. There's a worldwide concern about decline in honeybees. This is often in the newspapers and so on. And this does seem to be a real phenomenon, and it's largely a result of disease because bees are kept in close proximity to each other. In South Africa, it's because of hybridization between two different subspecies of honeybees that causes problems. So people took Cape honeybees to the northern parts of South Africa, and then they hybridized with the African honeybee, and this resulted in all kinds of behavioral problems in the bees. There are also various issues with pesticides and lack of forage for bees. So if you remove the fynbos from the local habitat of bees, they might have flowers for part of the year, but they wouldn't have flowers for the whole year. So managing honeybees involves having a source of pollen and nectar throughout most of the year, which fynbos is, of course, it's a good source of pollen and nectar. So fruit farmers in a valley like this depend on honeybees. They usually pay for the hives, but those hives are kept elsewhere and usually depend on a mixture of fynbos and also some introduced plants like blue gums for nectar. And there's some controversy around blue gums because bee farmers benefit from the nectar from blue gum flowers. So although blue gums are invasive plant species, there's some argument to keeping stands of blue gums for the benefits of maintaining bee colonies and also for honey production. So this dependence on paying for managed hives could be reduced if the farmers in this valley used their local fynbos to support bee populations. And in an ideal scenario, the farmers themselves would have some sort of local organization that keeps bees using the local fynbos, and during the time that the fruit trees are flowering, one would bring the hives into a close concentration to make sure that all the flowers of the fruit trees get pollinated. I don't think that, in most cases, you probably couldn't just leave these orchards to be pollinated by bees from the wild, because if the local fynbos is more attractive to the bees than the orchards, then the bees won't come into the orchard. So you usually have to bring the bees in during the night so that they are almost forced to feed on the fruit trees. And then, of course, when the fruit trees are finished flowering, you can take the bees back into the fynbos. So honeybees are an interesting connection between wild habitat and farming. So they kind of provide an ecological connection between them. And I think most farmers are starting to recognize that fynbos is important for their farming enterprises through the services it provides in terms of water and food for honeybees. But one should also bear in mind that many, perhaps more than half of all Cape plants are pollinated by insects other than honeybees. So although in the public's imagination honeybees are the pollinators, in fact there's a whole variety of other animals, even vertebrates like sunbirds, that keep the whole ecosystem going.
And are there any of those at risk?
Yes, so yesterday we noticed that many of the plants that we expected to be pollinated by long proboscis flies were not getting pollinated, and we struggle to find any of these flies, which suggests that there may be something in the land use pattern in this valley that's resulted in a decline in some of these long-tongued flies. Maybe poison, or perhaps also alteration of the larval habitats. So horseflies need wet, marshy areas for their larvae, and if these are transformed, made into dams or made into fields, then it's plausible that that could be the reason for the decline in the flies. And of course, if the flies are not there, the plants are not going to get pollinated. They won't set seed, and eventually the population will disappear. The plants we're talking about, these Cape bulbs and so on, are the plants that humans enjoy aesthetically. They're the plants that can often attract tourists to a particular area. So flowers are part of the attraction of the Cape region, and any diminished number of them would make the area depauperate and less attractive. But ecosystems work in a way that many species are needed to keep the whole thing going. We spoke earlier about how long-lived animals need flowers throughout the year. So if any of those parts of the chain are missing, then the system is less able to cope with change and disturbance. But if a single orchid species went extinct, we wouldn't feel it as humans. But as more and more become extinct, then the consequences are felt. The only way we'd feel it as humans if a rare orchid went extinct was having it's like losing a rare piece of art, for example. You know, if somebody stole a rare Renaissance painting, probably none of us would really feel it, but the world would be poorer as a result. So I see rare species in the same way as archaeological artifacts or rare paintings, or something unusual buildings, something that is part of the makes the world interesting. That if we lost it, we'd be poorer for it. Well, with respect to climate change, it depends on the scenario. So, at the worst case scenario for climate change would obviously push species beyond their physiological limits. So species wouldn't be able to exist in the areas that they occur now, which would mean probably quite widespread collapse of ecosystems, because you would have new arrangements of species that are not physiologically compatible. Pesticide use in South Africa is fairly unexplored, so we don't really know the consequences. It's been intensively studied in Europe, but there's very, very few studies on the effects of pesticides on pollinators in South Africa.
Would you like to see that?
So, yeah, I think it needs to be done. Probably on an area-by-area basis. So the spraying, for example, in sugarcane probably has different consequences to spraying in fruit orchards, for example. So yeah, and in terms of water, the link between pollinators and water is very indirect, in the sense that water depends on natural vegetation. So natural vegetation provides the steady supply of water throughout the year, and natural vegetation to persist requires pollinators, but there isn't a direct link.
As you see pictured here, this is a volcanic carbon dioxide vent, and it's a naturally high carbon dioxide system. Similarly, upwelling regions are naturally high carbon dioxide systems. So today's upwelling regions can provide a window into what future marine communities will look like. To understand upwelling, you can imagine the ocean as a layer cake. So we have deeper layers and we have surface layers. In upwelling regions, those layers are disrupted, and you have your deeper water being brought up to the surface. This deep water is cold and nutrient-rich, which supports high fisheries production. However, the water is also high in carbon dioxide, which means it's low in pH, it's more acidic, and it's also low in oxygen. I'm a graduate student at the Scripps Institution of Oceanography, and I live near an important upwelling region off of California. This upwelling region supports many productive fisheries that support our economy as well as recreational fishermen. So where are the upwelling regions of the world, and is there an upwelling region next to your coastline? The ones that I'll be focusing on today are the eastern boundary current regions and the equatorial upwelling region, and you see this circled on the map. And these upwelling regions support productive fisheries around the world, for example, on things like sardines and anchovies. And we see fishermen in Mexico, here in Peru, in Chile, in Namibia, in India, and then also in the US, depending on these productive fisheries in these upwelling regions. So we need to focus on upwelling regions because they both provide a window into what future marine communities will look like if the ocean becomes more acidic and less oxygenated, but also because right now they're very important economic areas, and because they may be vulnerable to changes in ocean acidification because they're already naturally low pH areas. From ocean acidification experiments, we know that there are certain marine organisms that are vulnerable to ocean acidification. These are calcifying mollusks and corals, and they have a harder time building their calcium carbonate shells under these lower pH conditions. In modern-day upwelling ecosystems, we do see calcifying mollusks such as oysters and mussels. However, reef-building corals are found in very few upwelling systems today. Furthermore, in upwelling ecosystems, you don't just have to worry about acidification. We mentioned that the characteristics of that water is that it's also very low in oxygen. And this is important because some of the groups that we've seen in studies to be more resistant to low pH conditions, so not as vulnerable to ocean acidification, are the same groups that are very vulnerable to low oxygen. And so in these conditions, fish and crustaceans will be impacted by both stressors, the low oxygen and the low pH. For my PhD, I'm interested in these multi-stressor effects on bottom communities. And particularly, I'm interested in how pH change and oxygen change and temperature change affect bottom fish communities off of California. Although we've talked about how upwelling areas are naturally high carbon dioxide, more acidic areas, they're not immune to the effects of ocean acidification. And in fact, ocean acidification has been observed in multiple upwelling areas. And with the changes in chemistry that have been observed, we've also seen negative impacts on calcifying mollusks. The consistent findings are that things like oysters and mussels and pteropods and abalone are being negatively impacted by these declining pH conditions in upwelling systems. We also see changes in community composition. In these areas where pH has declined, you see shifts from calcifying mussels making up your community to more fleshy algae making up your community. So we're seeing real community shifts. And these community shifts and these biological changes, they're not just great for scientists to talk about, but they're affecting a lot of people economically. In the Northeast Pacific, in Washington and Oregon, the oyster hatcheries have experienced a lot of economic costs from this because their larval oysters are dying from the declining pH conditions in the water off their coast. So animals in upwelling areas are going to be increasingly vulnerable because they'll be experiencing these multiple stressors. In the future, they'll be experiencing more acidic surface waters, more acidic upwelled waters, increasing surface temperatures, and then also decreasing oxygen levels. And we really need to think about the impacts of ocean acidification from the cellular and organismal physiology to the greater level of populations and communities of marine organisms, and then to the food web, because it's a healthy food web that sustains our fisheries. And the US is doing a great job monitoring ocean acidification off of our coasts. What about other developing countries like Mexico and Namibia and India that just don't have those same resources but are in these really important upwelling regions? Since upwelling regions are so economically important, we have to think about how ocean acidification is interacting with other climate stressors to affect these marine communities. And I leave you with this take-home message that some of our most productive fishing areas may be the ones most vulnerable to the impacts of ocean acidification.
It's very clear that every single decade has been warmer than the previous. Within each of those decades, of course, you have peaks and valleys, because nature is nature. But every single decade is warmer than the previous. Point number one. And point number two, the information that has just been shared is very, very critical. The heat is being absorbed by the oceans. There is no doubt that the ocean continues to warm, and that on a very, very consistent basis. And what it is doing, frankly, is doing us a little favor. They are absorbing the heat that could have gone to the land and paying the price. The acidification of the oceans is really not to be underestimated. And the price that we're paying in the oceans is something that we perhaps don't notice because we don't pay as much attention there because we as humans live on the land. But those beings that live in the ocean are certainly noticing this, and the ocean is giving us a tiny little bit of respite at the cost of those who are living in the ocean to those who live on land. This is a situation that we can no longer afford.
Project would work, where they would come and negotiate because they'd have an agenda. They want to come in here and they want to start a AIDS orphanage or something like that. They would go to the chief and they'd say to the chief, we want to start up an AIDS orphanage and we want to try and employ some people and educate some people and we want to take care of all your AIDS orphans and for that we want some land. And the chief would think about it seriously and he would feel important and say, yes, it's a good idea, we need these things. And there would be this trade-off, but in a way the project would then be beheld to the chief. Whereas we kind of came through the back door here. Firstly, because I came in here with a preconceived idea that this whole tribal system or traditional system was flawed anyway, and it failed. So I came in here with kind of really a judgment against this whole traditional system and things like that, you know, from what I'd heard, which is really unfair, but that's how I came in here. I sort of touched a little bit on what Contra Lesser, which is the Concrete Traditional Leaders, was all about, and it looked dodgy. In a sense, it was quite rude. I should have gone to the great place of this specific council and said, I'm here to do this. Another thing was, having worked in the Transkei before, worked in many other countries in Africa as well, is that you sort of also believe in the bush telegraph. And I sort of thought, well, what I'm doing, if it's important enough, then somebody will hear about it and they'll come and find me and say, let's meet, sort of thing, which didn't happen. So either the bush telephone didn't get there, or I just haven't been doing enough important stuff really at that level. So what that did for the project anyway was, I think, was quite beneficial in that journey of understanding what these problems are all about, because we didn't have to work to anybody's agenda or had to deliver anything to anybody. While I was busy, not sure what I was really doing, just building this island in the middle of this place that I wasn't familiar with, having never been as close to the coast. I'd worked up in Ngcobo and places like that several years before. to put in a relatively self-sustainable place and hoping that people would just be flocked and would just feel there's some kind of magnetic pull to this place, and we could teach people how to eat and to respect water and soil, and building and things like that, and get their houses stronger, which was really naive of me, I think, in hindsight. I think people are used to being herded in a way, and they just didn't. So they thought in order to engage with me, they'd have to pay me. In other words, if they want to come and make bricks, they'd have to pay me to do that, which was never in my mind, but I didn't articulate that very well, I think. So all this time I'm busy developing these gardens, I'm busy building these buildings, and sorting out these water issues and things like that. And at the same time, I'm watching it collapse around me on the greater scale. The municipality falling to pieces, the water systems falling to pieces, understanding how that's affected the whole dynamics of the community. Because I'm living inside this place and I'm seeing. I've done this before in other places in other parts of Africa, but never with such a social dysfunctionality, which is what we've got here. So watching people's buildings fall down, and not jumping in these things and trying to save everybody, but just saying, well, tough. You know, you don't, until you decide to integrate, it's what's going to happen. Of course, because what then, whether it was a good thing or a bad thing, but this main chief who was head of Controlesa, who I was working with, died, and left this huge void suddenly that we had started, which was about leadership. And he completely saw things the way that I saw things, of understanding that present leadership was flawed, and had to be nurtured, and then to start focusing on the next leadership, the children, and to create leadership schools for these guys to come through so we can start to shift the whole thing around. Everything is based on oil.
Yeah.
Our monetary system, our judicial system, our education systems, everything on this table. Well, this is now second generation, so that's now no longer oil required. But that's our existence. Oil comes crash. I mean, we see it. I mean, yesterday, the Dow Jones fell another 3.5% yesterday. You know, you look across the board in the American markets, it's just red. They just crashed. Oil organizations went down 4 to 5%. They're just coming crashing down, and it's happening every day. They're totally overinflated because they're based on where they think the oil reserves are, not where the oil, because everybody's overselling their oil. They're saying, oh no, we've got loads of it still, because they don't want to create panic. We're into these long wars now. I mean, when you've got a country like America that's a net importer of oil, I mean, they produce, I think, about 2 to 3, not even 2% probably anymore, of the world's oil. But they use 25% of the world's oil. I mean, they have to control the world. The economy is based on it. They have to control the world's oil, which means they have to be in war. So that's what's going to go on. I mean, it's not going to stop. The only thing that's going to stop it, when there's no more oil to put in the ship, the HSS Indomitable or whatever it's called, to get it across the ocean anymore, that's when it's all going to come grinding to a halt. So we go back to this governance you're talking about. It's all based on central control. But what happens when that central control is broken? The most recent example of that happening was when Katrina went into New Orleans. And it cut off, in a first world country, okay, it cut off Washington, D.C. And within hours, people turned on people. Shops were pillaged. Next thing, people just turned on people. Okay, and that's what happens when there's chaos, when there's no more control, there's no one. So now, in a third world or developing country, when suddenly that power line is cut, it's going to be mayhem. Unless we can shift it, and we can get people and communities, let's call them transition, whatever we want to call them, all these words have been banning around, where they are taking care of themselves. Where they're not reliant upon the central system of control, which is money. And so there's something that's gone. You see, in our conditioning, and we are so conditioned, we have become codependent, where we depend upon each other. And this is really it's a disease. If we use which I do often, I use an analogy of a forest. And we see these forests where they're codependent, where the trees cross over each other and they stop the flow of air through each other, and they stop the growth. And we've seen it here. There's so much invasive stuff comes in. But if you look at a forest that stands, each tree stands strong on its own, and then as a collective, it's incredibly strong. It's a strong, healthy environment. And it's a three-dimensional living thing then. And if we can create that where people can stand strong on their own as individuals, and then as a community, they're really, really strong. And they do things out of free will. Then we can shift the consciousness. But that goes against the religious beliefs, because that's all about codependency. I mean, goodness, it's so disempowering. It's very, there's this fellow who died for my sins. For goodness sakes, I'll die for my own sins. It's very disempowering, And that's where it starts. And it's been so successful. It's indoctrinated in this. In these areas that I am in. This religion that's used here now, several versions of Christianity that are all over these areas that I'm in here. Unbelievable, the fear and the obsession with death and the amount of resources they get put into death and this dignity in death. But where's the dignity in life? And that's what we need to be focusing on. Is that every moment that we have this gift of living, and let's make it count. Let's be authentic. But we're all put our belief in old mutual and funeral schemes for our death, so we can be remembered. But these guys who have they throw these huge parties. They spent their life beating their wives, abusing their children. But they had this incredible funeral, man. It was huge. You should have seen it. Strong Muti there. No. It's disgraceful. Let's put that dignity into life now. And I really do believe that in this religion that existed before we came along with this whole sort of Christianity trip and things like that, was this incredible dynamic relationship between the earth and the people in Africa. They call it Kwamata or something like that. And it's brilliant. It's so naive. It's brilliant. It's got counterbalance. It's just based in love and respect. And if you respect the sun for rising, for setting, you respect the seasons. You show respect to the animal you kill to nurture yourself. You respect your spouse or your kids. Suddenly, here come these guys and saying, "Oh, hold on, you guys are savages unless you bow down to this figure here. That's it. You're going to go and die a miserable death in hell and things like it." And how could people come here with anything but love anyway? Because that's all we believe in is love. Okay, so this is how people are building here. People without much means, which is called a wattle and daub. So here you've got your wattle, which is your wooden framework. And they're packing in the daub, which is the clay, in here. Now, historically, this is a brilliant way to build. A lot of your Tudor houses in the United Kingdom, which have quite adverse weather, use this system. Okay, and they've lasted for hundreds and hundreds of years. This house won't last a year. Okay, and they have to redo it. What I'd like to propose that the way that this has been mixed, the way it's been mixed in, there's not much intention going into this. It shows a victim mentality within the people, because if this clay was worked through properly, in other words, it was kneaded like you knead bread, and they put a bit of some dry grass in it, or some millie husks and things like that into it, it would create a stronger integrity in the bond, and it would last for years and years and years. But this has really just been put together very loosely, and with not much love goes into this wall. And that's why we're using cements and things like that, because it's practical and it gives it longevity. Now, if you go into some of your sort of Central American, Santa Fe, those sort of areas, for them, which they use the adobe blocks, which is also just sort of sun-dried bricks, clay bricks, for them to come once a year, and the woman would come and they would repair the cracks, because they're also in very adverse dry conditions, where the bricks create wonderful insulation for their homes. It works really nicely for them. But for them, it's part of their cultural heritage. They celebrate the renewal every year, where they would fix up their cracks, that make big clay pits and create a render. That's part of who they are, and their yearly existence, their yearly rebirthing. Yeah, this is clay which we've got locally here. Now, it's quite a strong clay actually, prone to cracking, but it could be worked through a lot better. You fill this with your mix, okay, with a very little bit amount of water, and then you'll put this on it, and you'll push it down, which is your primary compaction. All right. Then take that over, and then this is where you'll notice the bottom is coming up. Yes. So it's compacting from the bottom. So there's your compaction. Alright, so it's compacting up. Up it goes, and it pops the brick out, which should be up there now. 2 people could make a brick every 17 seconds. Yeah. But you get machines now that can do 12 bricks at once, doing the same. But the nice thing about it is that, as opposed to the machines that can make 1,500 bricks a day, there's a huge effect on the environment, where you're actually getting, I mean, that's a hungry machine, and where you're getting that material from. Whereas this here, it's more hand. You can use the foundations of your building to build the walls up. It doesn't have to have such a negative effect on the environment. They're not fully set yet, so I don't want to mess with them too much. So it's 240 mils long, and it's 100 high, and it's 140 wide, which from an engineering perspective is perfect for a wall. You can support a roof with this lightweight roof, and it'll be fine. This is going to set for about 3 weeks. This digester, which I designed, it's a closed bag. Well, it's got an inlet and an outlet and a gas outlet. So it's made from reinforced PVC, which is the same material as you'll make a jumping castle from. And it's shaped. The shape of it is like a loaf of bread. It's risen. So it has the convex top on it, and everything else is squared. It fits into this frame here that I just built with brick. And how it works is it comes from the toilets. The waste comes into the I can also feed it with green material, which produces most of. If I really want to get a lot of push my my methane levels up, I'll feed it with some bananas or stuff like that, which boosts it. It comes in here, and inside here I have a live culture, which is anaerobic, which means that it exists without oxygen. Okay, so it's the digestion process is anaerobic as opposed to aerobic, which is like your composting loos and things like this. So the microbes that exist inside here break down the waste very, very efficiently, and the energy that comes out of that is the methane gas. Now, if you can smell, Judy, which it's almost a composty smell. There's not necessarily a sewage smell, but there's a slight composty smell. If you come close down here, you could almost smell the gas as well, which is when you burn it, there's no smell whatsoever. Again, it's a composty one. It's not necessarily unpleasant. We'll fill this with green material, with anything, and we'll just get some water and shove it down. It's a big stomach. That's how it really works. There's enzymes that are breaking down the material inside there, and from that they create methane gas, and they create high nutrient water. Now there have been sort of many household biodigestion systems that are coming out. They're about 6 cubic meters, prefabricated systems that cost probably about 40,000 rands. And they're not high gas yielding, but what they are doing is they're breaking down the water, the black water, the effluent water, which is really critical. And so therefore the principles are very much along these lines. This is just a bit more rudimentary. And so from here, the water will go through a sand filter, which is what this is, which we've got. Obviously there's high nutrients in here. We've still got about 5 to 7% pathogens, which is your E. coli, etc., coming into here, which then these plant life will take it out, So it'll come into here, it will filtrate down through a slow sand filter. Underneath here, about 1 meter down, there's a hole. And it'll come up here, which this is full of shells, like this, and charcoal, which then absorb the last remnants of pathogens. Okay, that's what this one, and the reeds, of course, as well, take out anything. So it's, we really have removed as much, I mean, if there's anything left, it's absolute trace elements. The water will gather in here and settle, and then will slowly gravitate down through our trees and our orchards, which are down that side, which is high nutrient water, which you can drink. It'll give you a bit of a stomach ache because it's high in nutrients, but certainly nothing poisonous. And but it's very good for growth of the trees and plants. We've got coffee trees down there and a loquat tree, and we're definitely seeing pronounced growth as to the other trees that we have around here that are not enjoying these high nutrients that we're getting out of here. So ultimately what you'd like to have is say 3 or 4 houses together, all the waste leading into a digester, which then would lead into an orchard, oranges or whatever, which would then go to provide food for that house, provide the energy for the gas, as well as, most importantly in my mind, is processing the black water and not getting it into the waterways, which is critical. So we've got our dam over there where the water collects. All right, it's about 120,000 litres of water. We've got our fish inside there as well, which is a source of protein. And we feed the garden with that water as well, which then all slopes back into the dam slowly. From there the water is pumped up through to the storage tank, but it goes through a filtration process first, and then we can put in a solar pump to pump it up to our it's a 5,000 litre storage tank. The water is then, there's pipes going around down into the kitchen. From the kitchen it's processed through the food. The food is then processed through our bodies, which is then into the toilet, which then comes down through the digester, through the filtration, back into the gardens, and ultimately back into the dam. And it's a closed cycle, which we have now interrupted. We've taken from it, but now we've also put back the byproduct, which has helped our plant life growth, and it's given us energy. We're obviously going through transition now into winter, so we're getting our celeries going, our beetroots, carrots, things like that, lettuces, which this is quite a warm climate, so the lettuces don't always do that well in the hotter climates. We also do have some shade houses here as well to protect them through the summer. And what we're trying to do here is create a food forest where we've got our trees going, we've got bananas trees there, citrus trees going, we've got nut trees, avocado trees, pawpaws, as well as guava and coffee. We've got about 350 coffee trees in this space as well, which is about another 3 years to go before they start producing. And then we've got climbing beans all over the place, which we're getting a huge amount of food from, plus our loofahs, which we eat when they're still young. And then we've got our pigeon peas as well, plus all our herbs and that. And then we go all the way down where we've got our ground covers. This is what we can call an aerated bed. It's off the ground. We've got green material at the very bottom, which is composting, and then we've got which is a long nutrient release bed, which is like a double dug bed, and then above it we've got layers where we've got decomposing materials at various stages, plus cow manure. That's very rich if you look at that. If we look around here, of course, sod's law, we won't find any, but there's worms everywhere as well that are working away. Perhaps if we look at one of the other ones. And then we cover that all up. Right now, because it's winter, we have quite a bit of dew, and this mulch here is holding that water, because we're in drought now, is holding that water on the ground. Plus the kind of growth here, we've got corianders and cresses, which are low onto the ground and not using up too much of the are the precious nutrients. But this is where we have problems, where we have invasive plants like this guavadilla, which just comes on and takes over.
But it does produce fruit that you eat.
It produces fruit, but it stops the oxygen from getting to these plants. So this needs to be managed a bit. In this garden here, we've got not just fruit that's for eating, but it's to attract other insects that eat aphids and things like that, like the marigold, which the scent, some of these invasive pests don't like the smell of, and it attracts other ones which then also eat other pests. So it's a very strong deterrent for an organic garden. There's a certain amount of weeds in here as well. If we look here, these are some weeds growing there. We allow that. We share the garden. We've got nice cloves growing as well, which is really good. On the sides here, we got roots creating networks, holding everything inside here. In this one here, we got mints, and we got some gooseberries over there. Smells lovely. If you're into that, and we can also put strawberries in some gardens. At the bottom there, we've got strawberries holding the whole thing together. So we've got garden and garden. Yeah, peanuts here, which are coming good soon. In about 2 weeks' time, we can harvest these. And carrots are coming right as well now. The seeds there, the marigolds are now going to seed, which I'll just distribute. Okay, so this is our dam, which already now we're a month and a half into the dry season, and we're seeing quite a bit of depletion of the water already. But last year we just managed to survive with it, but this year we've got more fish in it, so it's going to be interesting to see. Some of the fish are already at edible size. Just haven't worked out to catch the buggers yet. There's some turtles in here as well, frogs. So it's quite diverse. Turtles take out the small fish to try and keep the population down a bit. You can see that each rice has its own little, each grain of rice. There's a little sheath that exists in. Here's your grain of rice. Our food production has been up about 20 to 30% since we've had the bees here. We were getting some bees still before we put the hive here from the forest, but this hive is about 6-7 months old now, and it's very, very active. We've already put the second super on the top. So the super is where our honey lives. So the big box at the bottom is the bees' honey, where the queen lives. And then above there is where when that's full, they move up, and that's when we harvest our honey. So the middle one is now full, and the top one is half full now. And what we'll do is, as we go into winter now, the activity will be less and less. And we'll put on one more super, I think, and then we'll harvest the honey probably in the springtime. So now we're not just looking at some kind of one-dimensional garden. We're taking it to all different, and we're utilizing all of it, and we're rotating them all the time, and then also protecting them through the winter months. So it's just being conscious, but certainly there's a lot less energy is put into this garden as it develops more and more and more, and nature is allowed to do her thing, which is what's really exciting about it. And it truly, I do believe in about 2 years' time, it will be a food forest. And if we can get more and more of these into these communities, and people can understand them and nurture them, and yes, take, but then also put back and feed, then we can start to create community around these sources of food.
We know that we can't solve climate change without an energy revolution. 64 to 70% of the greenhouse gas emissions come from power generation or uses of energy. You've got to fix energy if you're going to solve climate change. In addition, this intersection of energy security, food security, and water security is becoming real. And therefore, to answer your question directly, the markets, we can deal with the market issues, for sure we need to do that. But we need to go down a little bit more if we're going to address energy poverty and its linkages to the other Millennium Development Goals. So what do we need to do? It is clear we need clear For every country, we need energy plans. We're not talking about pilot projects now. You don't need an energy strategy over 10, 20 years to do a pilot project. But we're beyond pilots. We need to scale up. We need to move fast. The emissions are great. So for that speed, you need to bring in the private sector without a plan. They will not come. Energy investments are big. They're costly. Private sector needs confidence that there is a strategy over 10, 20 years, because these investments are supposed to last 50 or more years. So you need a plan in a country. You need stable, predictable policies, because these are long-term investments. We also need to do renewable resource mapping. We're trying to sell clean energy to countries. Some don't even know what the concrete potential is that they have. How much solar radiation? What is the wind map? Some countries don't have as yet. We need those elements if, in fact, we're really going to have a scaled-up deployment of clean technology. Of course, the money issue is important. You need good financing. Which countries is this working? As we speak, South Africa is making a big statement here. It is not in the negotiating room, but it's right outside. They're launching SARI, the South African Renewable Energy Initiative. Clear plan, clear map. Just a few weeks ago, they launched a request for proposals for 3,750 megawatts for clean energy. That's real. That's not imagined. And there's innovative financing, using donor money to de-risk private capital that they need. Morocco, brilliant example, almost approaching 100% energy access, but at the same time, they're planning to sell energy to Europe using clean technologies. The Desertec initiative is real. You have leading companies in Germany, Siemens, leading financial institutions, KfW, Munich Re, all part of it. Brazil, the new president has her initiative, Electricity for All. Because for her, before becoming president, she was leading the social programs to reduce poverty. She knows, as a former energy minister, without access to energy, people remain poor. They cannot produce, they cannot store food, they cannot pump water, and it's mainly the women who suffer. Finally, the same comment that Corrado made about China. Thanks to China, the cost of solar panels have dropped 30, 40% in 5 years. Thanks to China, we see ambitious investment programs in China for clean energy in their 12 five-year development plan.
I met a delegation of investors in Kenya that were looking at the potential for wind power. And the interesting thing that they have found is that for many parts of Kenya, wind conditions actually for utilization in terms of wind energy production are superior to those of North Sea offshore wind conditions in Europe, which is a remarkable fact, and also remarkable that it is only one that has been discovered really in the last few years, and it has led, as you know, under your government also to the construction now underway very soon of the largest wind power farm on the African continent, 350 megawatts.
In Kenya, we have a high potential for natural energy which remains unexploited. The geothermal capacity in Kenya has now been estimated at 17,000 megawatts. We are already exploiting it in Okaria. We are sinking wells in Menengai crater near Nakuru. And we invite the world to come and invest in Kenya. Indeed, the balance, the spreadsheet which have been prepared indicates that the return, the internal rate of return is 22%, probably more.
And I think it is a visible expression of what we are all striving for, which is Kenya taking the lead in terms of feed-in tariffs, in terms of national legislation, standards for buildings, constitutional paragraph, constitutional element defining a 10% forest cover for the nation. It is an example of a nation who is taking charge of its own destiny and thereby making the partnership, public, private, multilateral, far more effective. And I think you now have in Kenya probably anywhere between 6 and 8 new wind power farming projects being considered in terms of development. But one of the things, and Michelle, I turn to you briefly here, is that information base that allows a country like Kenya to direct also these kinds of potential partners into the right paths. And part of that is the observation system that the continent has available. So to you for a few remarks on this.
Thank you very much and welcome very much, Secretary.
How many people here know that in Kenya you can see the sun 300 days out of the 365? Huge potential for solar energy, and we want to exploit it also, and we need investment from the private sector. We want to create a middle class in Kenya that possesses. We do not praise poverty in Kenya, and our effort is to eliminate that poverty.
We have planted millions of seeds in minds and hearts that are sprouting consciousness around what we are doing, what we need to do, and how we can save ourselves from, as my good friend Kumi Naidoo, one of my heroes and the first African head of Greenpeace, says, we are sleepwalking into a disaster of unmitigated proportion, where our children and theirs will pay the price of our greed, our ignorance, and our inability to change. Yet people around the world are realizing this. If William Kamkwamba, a 14-year-old Malawian, can build a working wind turbine, first to power his own house and then eventually his whole village, then surely the rest of us can find some solutions. There's a fabulous book on this young man called The Boy Who Harnessed the Wind. He's now an MIT student. China leading the way in the manufacture and installation of wind turbines. Nearly 3/4 of all of their clean energy investments are now wind. And in the United States, wind power has been the largest source of renewable electricity for the last several years. But there's also an incredible future for solar. The market is now growing at about 7 times the predicted pace. Did you know that every single hour, enough solar energy hits the Earth to meet the world's energy demands for a year? And here in South Africa, we have all of this available to us. And in North Africa, this ambitious supergrid hopes to take solar energy not just down to sub-Saharan Africa, but into Europe as well. Geothermal power plants, amazing. They harness the heat of the earth to provide clean energy. And here, Iceland's leading the way. In China, every single person has to plant 3 trees every single year. And in India, massive school programs, as we do here. The time for action is right now. So folks, whilst most of our governments are MIA and corporate greed continues to rape and pillage planet's resources, and many slumber on unconsciously, can we here at Sustain Our Africa agree? We are the change agents, and together we can make the necessary changes to avoid more suffering so that we can have enough for all forever.
So I fell in love with planet Earth back in the 60s with the Apollo missions, and I saw these fantastic photographs from outer space. And unlike most teenagers, I didn't have pictures of groups and sitting on the wall, you know, pop stars. I had pictures of planet Earth. And 10 years ago, I heard about this ocean acidification thing, and it's caused by CO2 emissions. And I've worked on ocean acidification since then. So what is it? Well, we know that we are all producing CO2 emissions, mostly from burning fossil fuels. Now 45% approximately stays in the atmosphere causing climate change. The rest, the other half or so, is taken up by the land and by the ocean, more or less equally. When you add CO2, carbon dioxide, to the ocean, it's an acid gas. So it produces an acid when you mix it with water. And it's happening now, and there are a series of other chemical changes that you heard about on the film that happens as well. And ocean acidity has changed by 30% since the Industrial Revolution. So it's massive, and most of that in the last 40 years. And here you can see the CO2 emissions to the atmosphere increasing with time. We all know these images. And this is what's happening in the ocean. Over the last 20 or 30 years, scientists have observed what's happening in the ocean. So there are some long-term data sets. And as the CO2 in the ocean increases, the pH, the acidity, the measure of acidity, decreases. And, so what? A little bit of a change. But if you look back in geological time, you have to go back to around 60 million years, that's when the dinosaurs died out, before you actually come to an event as similar to this. But it's actually 10 times faster now. The speed of change is 10 times faster now. And it will take around 10,000 years or more, tens of thousands of years, for this to buffer out. And of course it will take biology even longer to recover from it. So this is the difference between what happened in the pre-industrial time and what is projected by the end of this century. And it's happening to the global ocean, all of the ocean. There are some areas that are early vulnerabilities, such as in polar regions and subpolar regions, and in the temperate regions, where there's very strong vulnerability there. But also, as we'll hear later on, coastal upwellings are particularly vulnerable. And where we like to be, the coasts and estuaries are also vulnerable. And if you look at just the impacts of ocean acidification, you actually see one thing, but if you add other stresses, other global climate ocean stresses like warming, you actually end up with less CO2 that the organisms in the ocean can put up with. So your allowable emissions reduce by about 100 parts per million CO2. So it's serious, we must remember that things are happening at the same time in the same place. You add oxygen loss as well, and you've got even bigger impacts. So basically, the more CO2 that we put in the atmosphere, the more goes in the ocean. So if we follow a business as usual trajectory for CO2, we end up with a more acidic ocean. However, if we're good citizens and reduce our CO2 emissions very, very quickly, then there will be less impact. There still will be some, because the CO2, some CO2 is already up there, but it will be far less. So ocean acidification is happening now. It's happening very rapidly, amazingly rapidly. It's caused by CO2 emissions, and it falls in the remit of the UNFCCC. And why should we care? What can the UNFCCC do about it? Well, it can recognise ocean acidification and the other ocean stresses in the wording of the negotiations. That's something that you can do about it. And why do you need to do about it? Is because societies need to start thinking about adaptation to ocean warming, acidification, and oxygen loss. So this is my take-home message. So ocean acidification is happening now. It is serious. It's caused by CO2, and reducing emissions urgently will make a difference.
My name is David Osborne, and the task that's left to me is to explore whether or not there is anything we can do to avert this train wreck of ocean acidification. Is there a role for the UN? and can multilateralism actually make a difference when it comes to ocean acidification? My colleagues gave me this task because I work for the United Nations. More specifically, I'm the director of the Environment Laboratories of the International Atomic Energy Agency. Located in Monaco, our laboratories are unique within the UN for two reasons. The first of all is that we work in a really cool place. This is the view from my office, not to gloat at all. But more importantly, we operate functioning laboratories doing really cool stuff. We monitor the oceans for pollutants, both radioactive and non-radioactive, as well as for changes in chemistry, such as is occurring with ocean acidification. We provide hands-on training for scientists from around the world, and we conduct targeted research using radio tracers, such as calcium-45 and other isotopes, to better understand ocean acidification. While there is localized variability in terms of the pH of seawater, the process of ocean acidification is threatening ocean ecology everywhere. This is a very important statement. Ocean acidification is a global problem. It therefore demands a global response. So, what is the science telling us about ocean acidification? What are the impacts on marine life? To try and answer this question, I'd like you to imagine that each of you here in the audience today, are a marine organism living beneath the sea. This image is you here. First of all, we know that you are most vulnerable to ocean acidification early in your life cycle. This means there's a very strong possibility that you won't make it into adulthood, or at least to the reproductive age. But let's say you're one of the lucky ones who makes it past the larval stage into adulthood. Ocean acidification may impair your sensory capacity, such as your vision, hearing, and sense of smell. Yes, marine organisms have a sense of smell. Your behaviour may become erratic or confused. Your reproductive functions may be considerably diminished. Not a good sign for ensuring the next generation. Your skeleton or your shell will most likely be substantially weakened, making you increasingly vulnerable to injury or predation. And your immunity to disease will be diminished. Finally, your growth rate will also become diminished. So in short, you have become smaller, sicker, weaker, and stranger. You are less able to make sense of the world around you, and your partner is less impressed with your capacity in the bedroom. Let's just say it's not bright for your future. Understanding this is important. With reduced genetic diversity and reduced population size, your species and the ecosystem to which you belong will be far less resilient to other pressures such as increasing temperature, more frequent storm events, pollution, and over-harvesting, to name just a few. So that is the backstory. But what of the future? Clearly, a reduction in CO2 emissions is critical, and we all sincerely hope that the governments here these next 2 weeks will restore our faith in multilateralism and we'll be able to find a solution to reducing CO2 emissions. But can coastal communities and society more broadly also adapt to a more acidic ocean? The IPC tells us that transformations in economic, social, technological and political decisions and actions can enhance adaptation. And this is just as relevant to ocean acidification as to any other element of adaptation. Importantly, adaptation responses must be underpinned by effective institutions, good governance, innovation and sustained investments. Very importantly, adaptation measures to address ocean acidification must be adopted at multiple scales, including at the global scale, and we must act now. As you've heard from the presentations, ocean acidification is already showing deleterious impacts, and we can't delay action any further. It is essential that we adopt a proactive stance. This will require the allocation of new and expanded resources to the ocean acidification adaptation measures, including global monitoring, research and training. We will need to identify resilient ecosystems as well as economic sectors that can adapt quickly to change. We need a global conversation on ocean resilience and adaptation. And finally, governments may want to explore a new mechanism under the UNFCCC addressing global oceanic change driven by anthropogenic CO2 emissions. Perhaps this could be launched in 12 months from now in Paris. Just a suggestion to the governments in the room. I began by asking whether we can make a difference by working collaboratively. I contend that this is the only way that we can make a difference to ocean acidification. In conclusion, ocean acidification is a global issue. It requires substantial and sustained investment, research and collaboration on a global scale. There's no more time to wait. We must act now.
My area of research and work is on the impacts of climate change and adaptation amongst the poorest people on the planet, poor communities and poor countries. And in the context of the UN Framework Convention and the COPs, I come to these COPs in support of the Least Developed Countries Group, which is a group of the poorest countries in the world, and nearly 50 of them, most of them in sub-Saharan Africa. They are a caucus group in the negotiations. They negotiate as a group. And I will speak a little bit about their expectations and the connection between faith and science from their perspective. So the expectations from the least developed countries, who are the most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, is that we get a solution to the problem. For 20 years we've been talking about it, we've made very small incremental gains, but we have not tackled the problem head on and we have not solved it yet. And from the LDCs, we expect in Lima to put in place a process that will lead us to an effective agreement in Paris. An effective agreement requires two things. Firstly, that the temperature trajectory be brought down from well over 3 degrees where we are headed now, despite all the promises that have been made for mitigation, to well below 2 degrees. In fact, the LDCs are demanding a target of 1.5 degrees, not just 2 degrees, because there's a big difference for them in that half degree between 1.5 and 2. A lot of people will suffer, a lot of ecosystems will suffer in these poor countries. Climate change is a moral problem. It's a problem created by the rich countries, rich people in poor countries, and a problem that the poor are going to suffer. Poor people in poor countries, but even poor people in rich countries. A stark example is the people of New Orleans who suffered at when Hurricane Katrina hit there. Over 1,000 people in the richest country died. They weren't rich people of New Orleans, they were the poorest people living in the 9th ward of New Orleans. So poor people, even in rich countries, are the ones that are most vulnerable. That's not right. That's a morally unacceptable situation where the rich cause suffering to the poor without taking responsibility for it. And I think that that's something that all religions will abhor, will tell us not to do that, will teach us that that is morally unacceptable, and that whatever faith we all belong to, we should take this issue seriously and get our leaders to take the right actions, because the leader so far has let us down.
So I want to start out reminding ourselves about the governing satellite fleet that NASA has to study the Earth, and in particular some of the things that are relevant to studies of atmospheric carbon. This represents NASA's research satellites, so it doesn't include the satellites of our operational partners in the U.S. or our international partners. And you get a reminder here about the global coverage that the satellites have. Most of them are traveling 700 to 900 kilometers above the Earth at 7 kilometers a second, and go around the Earth 14 to 16 times a day, so every 90 to 100 minutes. So it gives us the ability to look at the Earth in unprecedented detail. And some of the sensors are specifically designed to look at atmospheric carbon, like OCO2, stands for Orbiting Carbon Observatory, and of course OCO is the molecular structure of carbon dioxide. And then you'll get some other satellites that will also provide information. The Aqua satellite has the Earth instrument that measures carbon monoxide and carbon dioxide, but OCO2 was a new satellite that was just launched this summer, specifically focusing on carbon dioxide. And of course, a lot of the satellites look at the Earth's surface, so we can obtain information about the vegetation, both terrestrial vegetation and the phytoplankton in the ocean that are responsible for the emission and uptake of CO2. And when we look at the land surface properties, one can understand where the sources of methane are. So we have the ability to relate what's going on in the atmosphere to what's taking place on the surface of the Earth. So, and I'll try to say specifically about some of the kinds of things that we're looking at and the sensors that help us do them. The next imagery shows the Earth's biosphere. This uses 7 years of sequence data, and you've got both the terrestrial biosphere, which is the sort of the green to brown, and then you've got the green biosphere, which is the blue to red. So it's very quickly going through a year here, so you can see the seasonal cycle and see the areas in the tropics. The cycle certainly is not as significant as it is in the extratropics, when you go to the high northern latitudes, where part of the year is snow covered, and then you can see the vegetation other times. But if you're going to be thinking about atmospheric carbon, it's really valuable to think about the biosphere, because that is where you have emissions and uptake of CO2 from the vegetation. Next, of course, is a reminder that there's also a human component to the atmospheric carbon cycle, especially in terms of activities that we do in terms of burning fossil fuels, as well as changing land cover. So in this case, the night lights, and this uses the Earth instrument of what the Suomi NVP satellite that was launched in 2011. You see where you've got large concentrations of people and large concentrations of industrial, residential, commercial development, because if you don't have people, you don't have development, you're not going to get the night lights there. So you see the big cities, you can see some other areas where you've got a lot of activity going on, in areas where there's commercial fishing. You can see the lights from the ships that they have for the people working on it. But so those two things, in terms of the biosphere and where humans are, that's what's going to be driving the carbon that you see in the atmosphere. So next is shows a little more of the connection. This shows the seasonal cycle in the vegetation index. That's sort of in the green, coming from the MODIS instrument for the Terra Aqua satellites, and it shows mid-tropospheric CO2 from the Earth instrument with the Aqua satellites. And if you look at it carefully, you can see the seasonal correlation between the two, because when the biosphere is growing, it can take CO2 out of the atmosphere, and when it's not photosynthesizing, it's respiring, the CO2 gets back in. The Earth's CO2 is it's mid-troposphere, so it's not as directly connected to what's going on at the surface as it might be. And since CO2 has it's a long-lived, long-mixed gas, the gradients are fairly small. So like in this case, if you look at it, the range for the CO2 is 365 to 380 some odd parts per million. So if you look at it, 375 plus or minus about 10, so it's plus or minus about, say, 3%. So you're really looking at some small variations, but there is a correlation that one can see. Next shows some longer-term distribution of carbon dioxide. And what it does is it shows the the sort of iconic Mauna Loa CO2 graph, where you can see the seasonal cycle that's superimposed on the steady growth, but then the air's mid-tropospheric CO2 will grow over this time period. So here you're looking at about plus or minus 7 or 8%, so that as the time goes on, you're seeing it going from colorless to green to yellow and red. So you've got the AIRS was launched in 2002, and it's on the Argo satellite. It's still going there. You can see a little atmospheric gradient, but this just shows that what's going on in the surface obviously connects to what's going on in the middle of the troposphere, and you can really look at that. This is one of the best cited curves that one uses for all studies of climate. You can probably go to this meeting and see the Mauna Loa chart coming from the ground-based measurements carried out at the observatory there by NOAA. Lots of times you'll see that here. Next shows another carbon-containing molecule in the atmosphere. This is carbon monoxide. This is also mid-troposphere measured with the AIRS instrument or the Argo spacecraft. And what you see here is the concentration going in terms of its column amount. And so it's a bigger range. You're going from 0 to 4 with sort of yellows and reds being in the 3 to 4 in the appropriate units. And you see that when you've got big signals, it's against a smaller background, whereas the CO2, well lifted, well mixed, the gradients were much smaller. So that the main areas where you're getting large amounts in the troposphere, where you've got fires that you get incomplete combustion, so that's where you get the CO, and the fires lift things up, and that's where it gets into the mid-troposphere. And sometimes when it gets into the mid-troposphere, you can see that it gets transported over fairly long distances, even so that you can get a plume going from one continent to another. And this thing that you see here, we'll see in some model simulations, just how interconnected the atmosphere is, and remind ourselves that we're all breathing the same atmosphere. There's a model simulation for both CO2 and CO. It uses a high-resolution model that represents processes at the surface, processes in the atmosphere, using observations as far as one can, and then having the model transport and transform things. And so that the CO is sort of a shading, and the CO2 uses the colors. And again, they're looking at fairly small variations because it's about 3 or so percent, and the color scheme is such that you can really see some of the strong gradients that you get between the regions where the CO2 is emitted and transported, and you can see again the plumes that transport their way across. You can see where you've got emissions primarily from fires, and where you're getting the emissions from a lot of industrial activity. So you do see with this kind of color scheme, the interhemispheric gradient is clearer, and then the CO is a little bit harder to see, but the CO especially is a product of the incomplete combustion comes from the fire. So we're now at the stage where we're getting to do the models with a high enough resolution that you can really look at some of the structures that are there in the atmosphere, and we work hard to try to find ways to relate the observations to the models. So at NASA, we can use the observations for initializing models to help represent the processes in the models for quantitative evaluation, where we actually have observations to compare with models to do that, and in some cases to produce reanalyses of assimilated data sets. Another model, simulation, high-resolution model, and this shows some of the atmospheric aerosols, as well as shows where fires are, because fires are responsible for putting particles into the atmosphere and putting trace gases like the carbon dioxide and carbon monoxide that one said. And then you can also get carbon-containing particulates in the atmosphere, primarily from the areas where you've got a lot of burning. But the aerosols are different kinds. So orange is the minimal desert dust that blows off the large deserts. Blue, that you'll see more in the southern hemisphere, is sea salt. White represents the sulfate aerosols, that especially comes from burning of coal. And then the green represents black carbon, organic carbon that comes from areas of biomass burning or other fires, and then you get the sense of the fires where they are here. So other times when we're thinking about the carbon in the atmosphere, we think about the gas phase carbon, CO2, and carbon monoxide, and also methane, but then you've also got particulate carbon, and that can have climatic effects as well.
I think at least the next generation of the children, they still will have the future. But the future, they will have a very sad future.
Frankly, I believe my children and the grandchildren, especially grandchildren, not only my children, my grandchildren don't have a future, because the impacts which we already see now are so effective that one has to realize there is a problem, and we have to solve this problem now.
The big thing, though, is going to have to be a systemic and structural change in the way that energy is produced and distributed, because nothing else will do.
The days of where we could dump all this toxin into the sea and just get away with it are numbered.
Take shipping. It's 1 billion tons of CO2. If it was a country, it would be the 6th largest country in the world, in between Germany and Japan. On a SOx, NOx and PM level, it's even worse. One large ocean-going vessel pollutes the same as 50 million cars.
The issue of acting on climate change, on sustainable development, is not always portrayed as preventing people from doing something. First step is to do things more responsibly. Secondly, to look for more intelligent answers. And then you can, from there on, begin to develop a whole set of steps.
The New York Times a few days ago, and in particular, the quotes in the second paragraph: even with a deal to stop the current rate of greenhouse gas emissions, scientists warn the world will become increasingly unpleasant. But then it goes on to say, without a deal, they say the world could eventually become uninhabitable for humans.
The other thing that we need to push is the enormous economic opportunity for this generation of investing in energy, clean energy.
Every year the fossil fuel industry is getting a lot of public finance to keep exploring and producing and consuming fossil fuel energy. And it's a shame because if you take the US pledge to the Green Climate Fund, which is pretty big, it's $3 billion over a couple of years, it's good news, but it's only 1/5 of what the US spends today, the government spends today, on fossil fuel exploration. So just comparing the numbers and putting them into context. So this is one of the core issues that is undermining climate action today. It's undermining what this convention is trying to do. I think it's the elephant in the room for the past 20 years, and it needs to come out of the room now. And the worst part is, it's money that we could be spending on the good stuff, on the renewable energy, on the energy efficiency, on getting energy access to the poorest people across the world, and that we're not spending on them today. Governments know that they are investing in the wrong, they're investing in the wrong places. They know this very well because in 2009, the G20 countries committed to phase out inefficient fossil fuel subsidies, but they know it so well that they're not doing it. Last year, fossil fuel subsidies in G20 countries increased from $37 billion to $88 billion. So the right hand is getting bigger and bigger. It's getting, greedier by the minute. The feeling that we get here is that countries are not feeling the heat. The news broke out a few days ago that Japan is using climate finance to fund coal-fired power plants in developing countries. So they're not feeling the heat. They think it's okay. The good news is money is not an issue. There's plenty of money out there. That's, I think, one of the key messages we want to get across. We're just trying to shift it from one pot to another. Another piece of good news is that we see signals, good signals across the world. The divestment movement is growing. The World Council of Churches recently announced that they would be taking the money out of fossil fuels. A number of other institutions have also made that commitment. France, my government, also decided to stop funding coal-fired power plants abroad last week. So finally, a piece of good news, joining the league of countries who already made that commitment last year. We also have India, who decided to double the tax on coal production. So these are pieces of good news, but there's still sprinkles of good news, and they're not shifting the overall story, they're not shifting the trillions that we need to shift.
I was fascinated to read on page 6 of the Cape Times that wind is now the cheapest form of electricity generation, with an average price of 89 cents a kilowatt hour compared to 97 cents per kilowatt hour for Eskom's new coal-fired power stations. And this comes from Mr. Roger Price, who is the Chief Executive Officer of WindLab, an international wind energy company that is investing in wind energy in South Africa. And he says it's a false comparison to compare the cost of generating wind energy with the old coal-fired power plants, because their capital costs have been paid off. He said what you need to do is add the new ones, like Medupi and Kusile, and then average that out and see just how expensive it is. And in the context of Eskom's recent announcement that they're going to increase the price of electricity 16% per year, I think it was for 3 or 4 years, 5 years, I didn't want to make things sound worse than they actually are. This particular gentleman, Mr. Price, who has a very fortuitous name, Mr. Price said the cost of wind energy is far more competitive and increasingly becoming so. And he says it won't be long before we can have wind as a base load. Then he attacks this myth that I've also heard often before, that you can't use wind as a base load for electricity because wind blows erratically. Today you would think that the wind never blows in Cape Town. Yesterday you could hardly stand on your feet outside. And we do know about erratic wind, but he says that's not a problem because the wind is always blowing somewhere in South Africa. The wind is always blowing somewhere in South Africa. And he says when you look at a wind map and you see the strategic locations of all the places that wind is blowing, you will see that there is never a time when wind isn't blowing somewhere. And he believes that it is enough wind to provide and to sustain 25% of the grid's capacity without any strain. So he says it's a complete myth to believe that wind can't be used as a baseload. We all know about our glorious sunshine, and I was amazed when I was in Germany recently. They think they've got wind, and then you try not to laugh or look patronizing. It's a tiny little breeze that lets the leaves rustle now and again. And they also think that they've got sun, and you say yes when it's not entirely overcast. But they've done amazing things with harnessing that really minute amount of natural energy. I went to a little village called Feldheim. Now, it is a small village, but they've taken themselves entirely off the electricity grid. The entire base load of that town is powered by wind turbines and by solar energy, of which they have a huge lot less than we do in any of those areas. So I thought this was a fascinating article. And I think much sooner than any of us expect, we will find that green energies are highly competitive. And that is why we have to make sure that they can compete from here. And that is why the role of Cape Town is to ensure that we are ready, preemptively ready for that. And that is why Cape Town is looking at a green hub and a green industrial hub around the entire area of Atlantis, running up in the new industrial development zone around Saldanha, so that we can be at the forefront of manufacturing the technology required to harvest green energy sources and in generating them and in reticulating them. And Alderman Walker has a very crucial role to play in that, because Alderman Walker is the MACO member for Economic, Developmental and Environmental Planning. And you will see that for the very first time, Cape Town has understood that you can't have separate planning lines for the environment, for development, and for economic growth. They have to come together. Otherwise, you end up with an unresolvable tension between them, between the developers and the environmentalists. And I must say that there is always that tension, but we have to understand that unless development happens, we won't have jobs, and unless development is environmentally sustainable, we will undermine what we think is progress, and we will create more problems than we resolve. So all of those things have to come together. But every planner in this room knows how frustrated I get by the obstacles that I believe that planning often puts in the way of progress. And it doesn't help knowing all the things that we know if we can't act on them and can't get ahead of the wave. We know that we have the very best potential sources of wind, sun, and wave energy in the world. We've got what I call the oil wells of the green economy, right here. We've got abundant natural gas, which is much more environmentally friendly, and it's offshore, it's not under the Karoo, so let's not start a big fight about that. It's offshore, and we can use enormous amounts of that and get a much bigger component of that into our base load. But if we're going to do that, we've got to see that that's necessary. We've got to release the land, we've got to get it zoned properly, we've got to make the environment attractive to investors, we've got to make them think that we want them because we do, and we have to remove every single bit of red tape that we possibly can to make that possible. And every planner must understand that they have a nice, comfortable job, but when they sit behind their desk, they've got to think of the hundreds of jobs that become possible with green development and make it happen.
You know the problem of corruption all of these years from governments, NGOs, companies. So what do you think is quite realistic to organize such a campaign? Anybody, groups in rural areas, so in order to have a real sustainable development and to finish the problem of poverty and to get clean community energy, if we insist that these funds to be given as loans without interest, what do you think? Thank you.
I think we must not forget historical responsibility when it comes to issues of climate change. So here we are looking at the concept of climate debt. This is a debt that must be paid. And the issue of loans may have its relevance, but not in this context. So it's very clear that this is an issue that requires subsidies. It's an issue that requires taking away public financing, away from dirty energy, and putting it in renewable sources of energy. In this way, we have to address the issue of energy inequalities that is part of the global problem in the world. So some people have energy, not just having it, they have excess, they waste it, while on the other corner of the world, they lack energy, so other people lack energy access. So we need to look at it. The enterprise model being promoted by the World Bank, yes, it has its relevance in certain contexts, but we are looking at social marketing, the ways that vulnerable groups will be accommodated, will be allowed to gain energy as part of the new energy transformation. This is why communities need to own it, they need to be able to produce it, they need to be able to manage it. It has to be decentralized, completely different from the monopolistic tendencies that we have today.
Climate change is happening now. It's the weird weather that you've been exhibited all over the northern hemisphere, and it's about to get far worse. The abrupt climate change the world has been observing recently is due to Arctic warming. The Arctic has been warming much faster than the rest of the planet. If the Arctic continues to warm, things will get worse and worse, and we'll end up with that situation described in the New York Times here, when the planet will become uninhabitable, I'm afraid. So that's happening now, and we've got to stop it. So what's going on? Well, the Arctic has started a vicious cycle of warming and melting. This is the start of a runaway meltdown of the whole of the Arctic ice cap. It has to be stopped. AMEC believes that it can be stopped by cooling the Arctic quickly, and we have some top engineers advising us on how that can be done. The public is not being told the truth about Arctic meltdown. Governments are doing nothing to stop Arctic meltdown. This is why I'm giving this press conference. We need action. I'm a scientist and an engineer. I'm educated as a scientist and did engineering and went into computer systems. And I look at the planet and I marvel at how the Earth system has kept the planet suitable for life for around 2 billion years, but with a few major extinction events to force evolution along. Then, for the past 2.5 million years, the Earth system has caused temperature, climate and sea levels to go up and down like a yo-yo during the ice ages. And that's forced the rapid evolution of Homo sapiens. Then for the last 8,000 years we've had amazing stability with constant temperature, sea level, weather, and apart from a few blips like the medieval cold period. So this stability has allowed the development of agriculture, civilization, industrialization and population of 7 billion and rising. This apparent stability is entirely a fluke. It is by amazing good luck that we are here today looking back on the past. That the sea ice is disappearing in a vicious spiral, warming and melting, which a lot of experts will hesitant about admitting. But Peter Wadhams and I are convinced about it. We've done the engineering calculations to show that this is actually what's happening. As the sea ice retreats, open water is exposed. Sunshine penetrates through fresh water on the surface into the heavy saline water below. The heat is stored through the Arctic winter with the ice above like a night storage heater. Then the next year, this heat melts the ice a bit faster. And this explains why we have a vicious spiral of warming and melting. Peter Wadhams agrees. He's made careful measurements of sea ice thickness in a number of submarine journeys spanning several decades. He observed a remarkable decline in sea ice thickness, and it seemed to be an accelerating decline. At the recent Royal Society event, he presented an analysis of all the measurements showing an exponential decline. This is the reality. Don't believe the models, this is the reality. You can see it from this graph. Even a child can understand that that is plunging, that curve of the observation. And this is not from this year, but it's showing that next year might be September when it gets to zero. And what does that mean when it gets to zero? It means there's no sea ice cover over the Arctic Ocean. And we call that a blue ocean event. That's quite a nice image, isn't it? You look out over the ocean and it's all open water. Now this blue event is coming fast. It could even be next year. Let's hope it isn't. There's already an escalation in lots of things as a result of the warming that's going on. And that's an escalation, it's an acceleration, exponential effect. There's rapid emission of methane, which you could see on the right there. There's a substantial loss in Greenland with exponential rise in sea level, which you can see on the left. And there's a disruption of jet stream behaviour with abrupt climate change. This is the weird weather, and it's leading to crop failures. It's leading to rising food prices. That's a graph showing the rising food prices, and it's showing conflict. And the conflict are all those unrest in Egypt and Syria and Uganda, Mozambique. There's a whole list of them on there, and it's very significant. Nobody's promoting effective action to prevent the Arctic tipping into a new ice-free state. Nobody's slamming on the reverse gear or whatever to avoid disaster. We are busy arranging the chairs on the deck. So we dread this. We all, in our group, we all dread this Blue Ocean event, and it could be as early as September 2015. So Peter Wadhams and I believe that soon after this event, there will be big changes in the atmospheric circulation and ocean currents, locking the Arctic into a sea ice-free state. So it will be stable. It will say it's sea ice, freest sea ice. And then all hell will let loose. We're seeing the Earth system doing what it has done in the past, when it produced great meltwater pulses. Rapid warming in the Arctic melted the ice sheets. The sea level rose at 5 centimetres per year. That is about 1 metre in 20 years. Can you imagine the effect for all those islands, low-lying countries, and conurbations by the sea? It is catastrophic. Then there is complete chaos in the weather. Now this is the standard thing. We've got 3 bands of weather systems in the northern hemisphere. We've got the trade winds, which are easterlies, and then above that you've got westerlies, and then at the North Pole you've got easterlies again. Now if you start warming the North Pole enough, you get rid of that whole circulation of the North Pole. The westerlies stretch right up to the North Pole. That's a complete change of climate. And as you've already heard from Peter Wadhams, there is a time bomb sitting there. And one of the only ways to kind of reduce the chance of that going off is to cool the Arctic. We can send men to the moon, and we can put a lander on a comet the other day. We can observe what's happening to our planet from space, and we get a good perspective and think of it from outside. Now it is up to us humans to use our intelligence and technology to restore the old norm of constant climate and sea level to our planet. We can do it, of course we can do it, but only if we act quickly and decisively. In the words of Winston Churchill, I'm sure you recognise him, Owing to past neglect, in the face of plainest warnings, we have entered upon a period of danger. The era of procrastination is coming to its close. In its place, we are entering a period of consequences. We cannot avoid this period. We're in it now, and we are in it now. Well, fortunately, AMEC has one of the most reassuring people I know. He's a brilliant, absolutely brilliant engineer called Stephen Salter. And he's invented a system for spraying salt into the atmosphere. And the droplets evaporate to produce microscopic salt crystals which are wafted into the sky through natural circulation of the air. These crystals then act to brighten the clouds, cloud condensation nuclei, for those of you with the science. When you brighten the cloud, the surface underneath the cloud is darkened and cooled. So the Atlantic Ocean, where we put these things, is cooled by having these clouds. And he reckons that with 200 ships, he could produce enough cooling power to counter the warming effect that's going on in the Arctic. And he's just brilliant, simply brilliant. The idea is to put these ships in the Arctic, because the Arctic was warmed originally from the Gulf Stream, warming and global warming the Gulf Stream even more. So if we can cool that, how will that? We've done the engineering calculation, it can be done. Now the fossil fuel companies don't really want the Arctic cooled. So they're very happy when people say, oh, geoengineering is dangerous. Actually, there's very little dangerous about this at all. It's very benign. It's like a spray from the seashore. What we need is international leadership and the setting up of an international task force specifically mandated to ensure that the Arctic is cooled as quickly and safely as possible. The good news is that this cooling is quite feasible and it's surprisingly cheap, less than $1 billion a year, and it can be done using cloud cooling techniques. There are alternatives to the cloud cooling one, which are a little bit more expensive. Now, billions of dollars are being placed to poorer countries to allow them to adapt to climate change. But wouldn't they prefer if climate change didn't happen? Wouldn't they prefer if the meters of sea level rise didn't happen? Wouldn't they prefer to see money spent on prevention rather than adaptation, etc., etc.? What is sensible use of our money? Yet, we're not being given a choice. We're not being told that this is the way to avoid growing misery and bloodshed around the world by the simple expedient of cooling the Arctic. Why not? Is it because the climate experts are so focused on the emissions reductions that they're not seeing the bigger picture? I wonder. Anyhow, yesterday I went round asking all sorts of people what they thought about the Arctic situation as I described it. People were obviously shocked, deeply shocked. But one person was not shocked. He told me something that shocked me, I have to tell you, because I came to Lima to tell the truth. They, this is what he said, they, and I don't know who they are, do know what's going on. They do know that very rapidly. They do not want geoengineering to cool the Arctic. They do know that geoengineering would work. But they are only too happy when people talk about geoengineering as being too dangerous. They don't care about what happens to the planet if the sea ice disappears. That is exactly what they want to happen. Do these people understand what's going on? By letting the sea ice disappear, they're creating misery for themselves, their children, their stakeholders, the whole world. It'll become a matter of life and death. They are being unbelievably stupid. But let us put this behind us. We don't want to make enemies. We need everybody behind this effort to cool the Arctic before it's too late. We want the fossil fuel industry behind us. It has skills for dealing with the Arctic. We want the modelers who can help to target the interventions and check the effects of the interventions. And we want the IPCC, who people trust are dealing with the CO2 problems, which incidentally require quite different intervention from what we're proposing for the Arctic. We might mention that tomorrow. But this is a call for collaboration from everybody who can help about this catastrophe to avoid us passing the point of no return, the blue ocean event that could be happening any year. So we've got to really get a move on. This could be the greatest collaborative venture of all time, where everybody in the world wants the same result. This can be a turning point in history. Let's make it happen. There is a way to avoid the growing misery, starvation, economic collapse and bloodshed that we're seeing already growing around the world by the simple expedient of cooling the Arctic. Let us be clear, the choice we make now, whether or not to act quickly, decisively and with determination to cool the Arctic, is a matter of life or death for our grandchildren. This is AMIC's message. This is why I've come to Lima to tell you. Please make my trip to Lima worthwhile. Thank you.
I'd like to ask which countries can play an important role to change things, and how NGOs can be involved for this campaign.
Thank you. That's a simple question, difficult answer. The countries that are the industrialized, wealthiest countries, I would off the top say, if China and Russia and US and the European Union banded together and made a consortium to do some serious research and development and then implement on a wartime schedule, that is, we have to do this fast, we could probably bring the situation under control. In terms of what the NGOs can do to help is really get the word out about this methane emergency, which is underreported. It's completely underreported. We're not being told. It's not being factored into the equations by which the models that govern the IPCC report determine our targets. And that's no one's fault particularly, but the IPCC models, well, the rules say that the science has to be out there in the public peer-reviewed paper for 2 years. If you add on to that the year it takes to do the research and write the paper and the year it takes to get published, you have a 4-year delay until this kind of information can make it into the IPCC report. So we need the NGOs to get this out there. Thank you.
Well, can I just add to that, because cooling the Arctic is going to be quite simple if it's just ships in the, but we might have to do other things as well, because we're running out of time. We have to do things that a lot of you think are very unpleasant, like putting sulfate aerosols into the stratosphere. Now, I know that's very unpleasant, but if your child is dying and the only way of treatment is to give some unpleasantly tasting medicine, you give the medicine, don't you? So we must all be behind this emotionally. We must encourage the people who are actually doing the work.
Climate change is really being fueled by our lifestyle changes. And if we can cut back, like we have always been, on eating meat, then we can begin to make impacts, not in 50 years, but within the next 10 years.
I've been very interested in the position of meat and health for a long time, because to some extent it seems almost poetic justice that what we do to animals should result in making us suffer so much. And yet in Africa there's this statement, meat is meat and a man must eat, and that's become synonymous, it's considered male. In actual fact, they found out that, I think, that with the amount of female hormones that you get in your meat, exactly the opposite actually occurs. Could you comment further on that? And also, one other thing is that could you comment also on the amount of toxins that are in battery farm meat, please, and what effect it might have on our immune systems?
Really, we should address the question of what we are eating, what it's doing to ourselves, and stop confusing where our attractions are going. It can be good for a short time, but it's very bad for your heart. And talking about what's happening, whether it's the fast food that we're eating, or the chicken, or the meat, I began by talking about the African DNA, the African gene, being so responsive to input, and especially of the proteins that we're putting in. But it has a lot more to do with the hormones that are in the whole food system, which is certainly unnatural for the African gene.
In fact, there are lots of findings of the Potomac River going to Washington, right? Where they found that fish and frogs have turned from males into hermaphrodites. They have got women's sexual parts in them, along with being naturally male. And when they studied why this happened, because it's not a one-off thing, most of the frogs, most of the fish there are hermaphrodites. And they found that it was because of the cattle and the feedlot runoffs, the hormones that were being given to animals and that were coming out in their dung and feces and was coming into the river. And those hormones had caused fish and frogs to become hermaphrodite. Now, if they can, in a short time, cause a female sexual parts to come in a male, can you imagine what they're doing to the men here?
If we are having men that have bigger breasts or bigger behind, it becomes an issue. So, really, if we can go back to eating natural, it makes a lot of sense.
Point I raised earlier of the culture, you see. Now, there's two phenomena within our communities. The one is our weddings, that celebration of like marriage, okay? There's a belief, a firm belief that is entrenched, that says that there's got to be blood that flows, okay? For the two families to be united when two people get married. That's the one element. And we have many weddings, I mean, as one would imagine. I mean, we are I think 50 million odd people, half of which are adult, okay? That's the one. The other thing is just, okay, there's another one of Amadlozi, the ancestry, and that's some kind of religious practice, okay? Where we worship, or should I say, we pay homage to our forefathers and then all those people. We believe again that something has to be slaughtered in order for one to still have that connection in a positive way, that is, with their ancestors. How do we now begin to address such things and be able to alter the belief system and the lifestyle, so to speak, of a population that really believes that for me to have luck with my ancestors, I always look at a sheep or a cow or a goat and have everybody coming to eat the meat. Sorry, how do we begin to address such issues? And I'm all for this. I mean, I, for one, very much believe in less meat.
It's not a cultural practice for us to use cars. So how come we took to them like a fish to water? Yeah? It was a cultural practice for you to not wear clothes at all. So how come you're wearing them? The same way, now last year, I used to go to the mountains, and it was a great cultural practice to sacrifice animals to the gods. So I simply took the Home Secretary, who's in charge of the police, and the Rural Development Secretary, who's in charge of giving money to the villages. And we went from village to village that had the animal sacrifices, and we held arguments. And we heard, oh, this is a cultural practice. So then we talked through the matter. We had lots of hostility, we had lots of people arguing. The end result was this year, there was no animal sacrifice at all. Because I simply said, okay, anybody who does any sacrifice gets no money for the village and gets the police. And anybody who doesn't do it gets lots of money and no police. And that was the end of a cultural heritage, right there. Do you understand? So what we call cultural heritages, I mean, we used to go travel by horses. We don't. We used to kill our little girls when they were born. Now you don't. So what is a cultural heritage? And a cultural heritage that is not sacred. If it's rubbish, it has to be abandoned as much as anything else. So a cultural heritage that makes you sick has to be abandoned.
Needs to be. African diet, never really comprised of so much meat, And now when you walk outside, you'll see your KFCs and McDonald's, and they are carrying on expanding. So if one wanted to actually send out the message that people shouldn't be eating from KFC and McDonald's, what would be the best way of approaching it?
There are things that societies can do, and there are things that governments have to do. One of the things that have to be done is for executive orders on what can and what cannot come. In our country, for 2 years, KFC was banned. It was only when there was a massive bribe that they came into India. And monosodium glutamate was banned for 50 years. Ultimately, it gave way to a bribe. But the point is, executive orders that ban need to come in. Government needs to play its part of being a paternal feature, right? Otherwise, why do you have government? If they don't have the courage to take decisions that cannot be taken by you and me, and they must take them. That's what they get their jobs for.
In Nairobi and actually Kenya, in 2010, we just got our first Kentucky Fried Chicken. For a long time, we never had them. And we need to develop. And unfortunately, the policies and our own desire to develop towards what everybody has is a wrong mentality. And then you have WTO that is saying, no, you cannot close your market. And like Madame Gandhi is saying, that when it was her turn, KFC did not have, they didn't come in. And when she went out, whether they're coming through the back door to bribe somebody, it finally comes in, and all it takes is to have big billboards with very juicy chicken, and soon you'll see everybody going that way. So equally, if you do want people to have healthy lifestyles, you should look at hospitals and building of new hospitals among the populations is a bad sign, not a good sign of development. Because why would you need hospitals that much? Because people are getting sick. People have cancers and people are having all sorts of things. And so you create an artificial remedy and you call it a sign of development. I think that is thinking backwards.
Because India and China are the biggest consumer market for the United States and for Europe. Because there are just so many KFCs that you can absorb, and now you're going to use us. Therefore, you listen to us on rubbish, matters, like not allowing methane and anything else. If I were to say today, as the boss of India, if I were to say, okay, every foreigner who comes to India must wear purple underwear, he probably would, because if that's what it takes to get into India, to make our people eat and drink and buy European stuff, that's what will happen. Now the next big target is Africa. And therefore there will come a time in the next COP, believe you me, that anything that any African leader says will be accepted. Because this is the next big market. So we have to stop seeing people as markets and consumers, and we have to stop being them.
And actually, to add on to that, we are already seeing South Africa standing as the spokesperson for Africa. South Africa has the largest poultry industries, factory beef production industries, and so because South Africa is a leader, mainly because of the resources it has, and then we perceive that South Africa is developed, then the rest of Africa will try to copy South Africa, and South Africa has been trying to catch up with India It's trying to catch up with China in what is called the BRICS. And so they have a bargaining position, and this is really exactly what Madam Gandhi said.
Could you just answer the question about whether the toxins in battery farm meat, because they're far more concentrated than they are in meat that is in pastures, whether that is possibly part of the reason why our immune systems are so damaged?
70% of all antibiotics in the world are given to animals because of the way that we keep them. All those antibiotics come right back into us, as Dr. Mayanki told you earlier. If you have so many antibiotics floating around inside you, when you're really sick, those antibiotics don't work at all. Secondly, as he said, all hormones are given to animals. They're produced for animals. Not just growth hormones, but hormones to do other things as well. Now, in India, every single morning, twice a day, all cows are given an injection of oxytocin. Oxytocin is a particular hormone that makes your milk come out faster. It is given for women who are going to labor and yet can't produce children after 24 hours. So instead of a cesarean, it's meant to increase the contractions of the uterus so that the baby is pushed out faster. Now what it does is it creates contractions in the cow, and she goes into labor twice a day. And the pain of labor, anybody who's been a mother, you know how much it is. But the point is, blood comes into the milk because of the labor pains, and the cow goes sterile within 4 years instead of 12 years. So she's quickly put into the meat conveyor system. But the oxytocin, between the giving of the injection, which is stabbed into any part of her body, and the taking out of the milk is about 30 seconds, because the milk starts coming out immediately. Now when that milk comes out, it has straight got oxytocin in it. It has been tested 1,000 times. Oxytocin does two things. It gives men no hair. It takes away the hair from their bodies and their heads. It gives them breasts, and it gives them prostate cancer. It gives women a masculine look. It interferes with their sexual, makeup to make them more masculine, and it gives them breast cancer. These are the things that have been proven by scientists. Now we give this injection twice a day. It is probably being given in Africa as well, because oxytocin is exported directly from the United States, not made in any of our countries. But you can get it at in India you can get it at a normal grocer's. You go there and say, just give me some oxytocin, and you get it for 1 cent an injection. So those are the kind of toxins that come straight into our bodies every day.
In Africa, we're beginning to get to where the US and Europe is. We have our own version of, is it Hudson's and Tyson's and all these big chains that grow the meat and then sell it to the end user, knocking out all the middle producers. And one of that company, I think it's in Zimbabwe, and it sells its meat into ShopRites, and we are opening ShopRites all the way in Uganda, in Tanzania, in Ghana, and in Nigeria. That same company, which is now becoming Africa's own corporate multinational, has also bought land in Zambia, Zimbabwe, Nigeria, and it's clearing a lot of forest to grow grain that will feed into the cows that are going to be in African ShopRites. Are we going to give it an enabling environment for what we call economic, what are they? Investments, external investments.
I know that our biggest company, Tata, has just bought 30,000 acres of virgin forest and has slashed it all down to grow food for animals. Why are you allowing the rest of the world to buy your land for feedlots? That is the question that African media should be asking.
And I don't know whether I'm allowed.
And we're not the only ones. The Swiss have bought, the millionaires in America have bought, all the China has bought, everybody's buying African land. And only for meat growth. That means we will stop it sooner or later and we will buy from you.
should we be approaching the brand owners, the American, traditionally they own most of the brands in the world actually, the KFCs you spoke about, the pizza companies, and perhaps it's more about looking at how can we create a strategy that makes financial, fiscal sense for them so that they see an inherent benefit. This is a question, a benefit for them to make a shift, or is it totally dependent on awareness to the individual to make their own decision? Because looking at what's happened to yoga in the United States and how that industry is very young, and there was a statistic recently launched that the amount of money that's spent on yoga in the United States is now more than it's spent on Pepsi. So if we look at that as a new industry that's really over the last 10 years blossomed, that's being driven by the American consumer.
KFC or anybody else selling meat, whether any brand, what they're doing is going down the lazy or the media way, which is doing organic meat. Oh, we don't let our animals suffer before we kill them. Or, oh, we let our animals eat nice green leaves before we kill them. Yeah? The pastured animal, the local meat. We don't get our meat from South Africa, we get our meat from the next village. Now, none of these are solutions, none of them. But these are being presented as brand solutions. So the whole of Safeways is, for instance, selling organic meat. And the whole of Marks and Spencer's in England is selling organic meat. And you should only buy, what is that one that RSPCA writes, which is humanely killed meat. None of which we're talking about. We're not talking about humanity, I'm not talking about cruelty, I'm not talking about anything, I'm talking about saving the planet. In which case, organic meat, pasteurized meat, meat that eats leaves before it dies or eats the best grass, meat that is allowed to go freely to the bathroom rather than going in a cloistered area, it's all irrelevant. As I said in my speech yesterday, organically grown animals give 3 times more methane than animals in feedlots. So, but these are the solutions being given. So we have to start using the media to say, no, this is rubbish. Let's not play with this. You need an executive decision now, saying no meat. But only the media can bring that about. So on one hand, you go to the normal consumer, so that when the government says no meat, they're not immediately chucked out. So you already have to build a climate on this, that yes, when the government finally says no meat, or no meat export to begin with, then people are ready to say, okay. After all, when the government said no smoking in restaurants, they weren't chucked out, were they? But 20 years ago, they would have been chucked out. It's because the media created a climate, said, disgusting, how can you have people smoking when we're eating? How can you have them smoking in cinemas? How can you have them smoking in public places? So finally, after you created the climate, the government moved in with an executive decision. And that's what's needed. It's a partnership, but it has to leave out the brands. You cannot, if you're going to go the brand way, in educating brands, you're wasting your time.
Why is free-range animals 3 times more methane?
Because he eats 3 times as much. Because what he's eating is good. He's eating the green grass, it's under the sun. Therefore, the fermentation process. What is methane? It is created by the fermentation of grass in the intestine. So if you're feeding the animal grass and good grass, it ferments that much more. And that much more methane comes out. It's as simple as that.
So thank you for joining us. This will conclude our press conference for today. And if you have more questions, you're welcome to write to us and talk to us.
I'm Ben Margolis with the Global Call to Action Against Poverty, the world's largest anti-poverty movement.
And we're here because we're calling on delegates at the conference to really take urgent action on climate change, because we see our constituents all over the world see that today and not tomorrow people are being affected by climate change, people are dying because of the impacts of climate change. And we're hoping that from this conference we get some real agreements from the world's leaders on several measures, specifically on adaptation and on more funding for adaptation above and beyond the 0.7% aid commitments already. Also on deforestation, and really importantly on negotiations around the post-Kyoto Protocol and making sure that those negotiations, the world's poorest countries' voices are heard, and that the world's richest countries take the responsibility for historic carbon emissions, take that into account when agreeing the post-Kyoto framework for tackling climate change. So we really hope that at the end of this meeting we don't just see another talking shop where people come together and they agree that this is a huge problem, but that they actually agree it's a huge problem and put in place some of the measures needed to tackle it really urgently.
Would you prefer that this conference was about cutting out the use of fossil fuel instead of reducing emissions?
It's got to be based on what works for countries all over the world. I think it's very nice to say that we'd like to see a complete cutting of fossil fuels, and I think in an ideal world that is what we'd be looking for. But in reality, for many of the world's poorest countries, their economies rely heavily on fossil fuels still. So for example, in Timor-Leste and East Timor, 82% of GDP to that country is from their oil reserves. So it's very difficult to say at this stage completely cut fossil fuels, because for such a poor country that would have a devastating impact on the world's poor. So I think what's really important is that the world's richest governments really invest money in technology transfer, in renewable energy sources, so that countries like Timor-Leste and others can start to move away from an oil-based economy to a renewable energy economy. What the impact would be if you stop deforestation?
Yes.
How do you mean? You just explain.
Well, at the moment they're just talking about cutting down the emissions from deforestation.
From deforestation.
Carry on burning it, carry on getting rid of it, but cut down the amount of smoke that's coming out.
Yeah. The forests provide an absolutely vital source of livelihood for so many of the poorest people in the world. And I was recently in India and working with some forest user groups in India, and also with Nepal with a fabulous organisation called FECAFUN, which is the Federation of Forest Users in Nepal. And actually what they have found they've been able to do is to continue to use the forest as a source of livelihood, but for the community to take ownership of that forest. So actually they are reforesting the area and using it in not just a sustainable way, but actually a way which is reforesting and not deforesting the area. So they're still able to gain the livelihood from that, but they're actually increasing the size of forest at the same time. And what they're finding, especially in Nepal, is as they are regrowing the forest, then the knock-on impact is fabulous in terms of less flooding, in terms of more wood for fuel and so many other things. The big problem with deforestation is in areas where the forest is no longer owned and used by the community, and where large businesses have ownership and access to the land, and then the use of the forest is seen purely as an economic factor. So the use of the forest has to be seen as a benefit for the community which is living with that forest, or as a benefit for the wider community as a whole, as in the global world, which relies on the forest as a carbon sink and so many other things. So actually I think there are ways to continue for the forest to be seen as a livelihood for so many poor communities living in forest areas, but actually to reforest the area at the same time.
Talk to them nicely. Oh, what's he gonna say? One minute.
it aside. Slowly. Because of the leachate problem and the methane problem. So we put, that's why we put compost plant. We actually make compost now.
Do you have worms in your compost?
No. They put a bag of plant in it. See on this side, there's
reclaiming. What do they reclaim it for? Themselves?
For themselves. We inherited the people, so we can't just say they've been here for a few years.
Do they make money out of it?
Big bucks. Reclaimer can make up to $2,000 a week.
Yes. Just from what he finds?
Yeah. Your 2-liter Coke bottles is between £2 and £2.50 a kilo. Like it. Your normal white plastic.
Yes?
I'm taking a chance to bring you up here. It's for the public relations.
It takes ages. I mean, every shot that I made, I had to get permission. And I normally have to write for permissions.
No, you can write something. No, we've got a public relations office, but if you go to them now, it's going to
Yes, I know. You can, and I've only got 2 days. So I'm finishing this film.
But you've got my card now. If you want to do something like this again,
I do all the permissions first.
phone, I'll organize a vehicle.
Yes.
Maybe do 2 or 3 sites.
Yeah, that would be very nice. Because you see, this is the first film that you get some preparation. Threw it away. Looks very wonderful.
Just by seeing the camera, we're already going out of the way of this. For the children, because we started jumping in. My worst mission is the machine that pushes the bike. When you come in, this side is about 6 inches. Outside of that. This one, I'm not sure. It's either a sports field or something, but we're now busy with the landfill gas to energy projects. So your landfill gas, landfill like this will be good for 15 years taking out methane gas, landfill gas, producing after 15 years.
They seem to do quite well, these birds, yeah? Okay, I must let you go now. So we'll go.
This is mostly seagulls.
No, I think they're sacred ibises.
The small white ones.
They're a relative of the white. There are seagulls too, though. I don't know how they get here.
Okay, that's the street truck. It's cleaning the streets.
That one there?
Yeah. Those big trucks, they are the household waste, the domestic waste, the black bags you put down. Small trucks, the people clean the streets by hand, the bags, they send to the trucks. There's a lot of money in waste.
Is there, how do you make money out of it?
This side makes about, see, after this place is full, see there in the back the mine is still busy.
Yes.
Taking, because the whole days
200 years ago, before the Industrial Revolution began, the tropics were covered with rich rainforests, the lungs of the world, from which hot, moist, oxygenated air rose and disseminated itself over the globe. Much of the earth was covered by rich topsoil, alive with bacteria and molds and earthworms, making more soils and releasing nourishing trace elements and minerals into the soil from decomposing plant and animal material. Bees, moths, and butterflies flew from flower to flower, pollinating the plants and bringing fertile seeds into existence. The fruit and vegetables that this produced fed humans and animals with healthy food that protected them from most disease. There were more species of life on Earth than there's ever been since life began. The Earth was at its peak of biodiversity. Wild animals roamed in ecosystems all over the world. The sea was clean, full of fish, whales, phytoplankton. Rivers of clean water flowed down into the sea, taking silt with them, which fed phytoplankton near the river mouths. Thus, 80% of all fish started their lives at the river mouths. The rest began life in the protected coral reefs. The carbon dioxide in the atmosphere was taken in by the dense plant life on the planet. The oceans, the grasslands, the forests, made into plant matter, a carbohydrate so to speak, and only released back into the atmosphere when the plant died and rotted. Coal, oil, and limestone were in the ground. Life, 200 years ago, did have its drawbacks. Slavery, no women's rights, and illness led to a higher death rate. This was the time before telephones, before cars, before trains, before consumerism, before electricity. There were many things people did not have that we have now. But what they did have was nature in its unspoiled state. Clean water, clean air, fertile soil, a planet with a web of life that would sustain them and their children's children for millions more years. We are the last generation on Earth to have even an idea of what they had. Today, most of the forests are gone. The soil has largely been stripped from the ground. The soil-making bacteria, molds and earthworms that make the soil are missing because they were poisoned by pesticides or killed by intense heating of the ground when it was cleared for commercial agriculture. Soils are fed with chemicals which contaminate the water and kill the soil-making organisms. Therefore, are almost no trace elements and minerals in our soils. So plants and therefore humans and animals do not get the vital trace elements and minerals they need from food to resist disease. Bees and butterflies are in serious decline and may soon be gone altogether. If they die, what then will pollinate the fruit and vegetable plants? Genetically engineered seeds have largely contaminated naturally grown plants and caused them to be infertile or not to germinate unless there is a hormone in their cell present. They now control almost all the fertile seeds. That is, seeds that can be planted and will produce plants for the following year. They therefore control, to some extent, who eats and who doesn't. Wild animals in most parts of the world have been largely hunted out or died because their habitats were destroyed. They have been ruthlessly hunted down for the lucrative trade in wild animals in China. Millions of people in China eat wild animals from all over the world or use them as medicines. As the population and wealth of China grows, they pull more and more animals through this illegal system. The animal populations through many countries of the world are being decimated to supply this market. The sea is fast emptying of fish due to factory ships that sieve the sea with gill nets. These take out even the smallest of fish, so they do not get a chance to grow and breed. Factories' poisonous waste and raw sewage discharge into the rivers. The toxins from these kill the fish and marine life and create huge dead zones in the sea. The silt that used to wash down the rivers and nourish the phytoplankton at the river mouths is now often held back by dams. This has also reduced the amount of fish, as 80% of fish used to begin their lives in river mouths due to the large amount of phytoplankton that used to feed them. Coral reefs worldwide are dying due to the increased sea temperatures and also because some are blasted from those trying to extract building material. Fish will soon have no sheltered place to begin their lives, and soon there will be no fish. Coal, oil and limestone laid down billions of years ago are being burnt up to give us electricity, industry, heat, transport and cement. The pollution and deadly amounts of greenhouse gases these produce is probably one of the most deadly threats to life on Earth today. Every living thing is contaminated with toxins from our food, water and air. Cancers, allergies and disease are widespread, particularly amongst people who eat battery-farmed food. A few hundred billionaires and several thousand people in the world are super rich, largely as a result of the plunder of our planet. Often, these are leaders of countries who use their own country's money as their own bank account and grow exceedingly rich while their people starve. By paying for the election campaigns and offering politicians a share in the wealth pie, some big corporations make sure governments will let them keep plundering. Often in less than a year, politicians have forgotten the people that put them in power and are engaged in increasing their personal wealth. Corruption, greed, these are the hallmark of the super rich, whether corporate or governmental, totally in control of most of our resources and largely without conscience. These few are leading the planet to extinction. Another 5% of the world have been invited by the super rich into relative wealth provided they run their enterprises. They have cars, cell phones, television, use planes, and lead the consumeristic way of life. They also have heart disease, cancer, obesity, stress, high walls, crime, and little time with their children, little time for leisure at all. They have internet. They have television. They can afford to see movies like An Inconvenient Truth. They read the newspaper. So they are beginning to realize from the media coverage of environmental damage and global warming that they have a short future if they are to carry on their lifestyle. They do not want to believe. So many will probably fight every effort to save the planet if it disturbs their comfort zone. Another 30% are workers and the main customers, earning a living by giving away their lives, spending all their money to buy basic necessities to live. They spend most of their day getting to work and back, doing a dull job for little money. Have enough to feed their family and save up for one of the first world items like TV. If something goes wrong, such as illness or losing their job, they have nothing. They have almost no idea that the planet is in trouble. They have their heads down trying to keep their families going. Anything that could disturb is a risk to them. Forgotten by their leaders, administered to by NGOs, disregarded in the leaders' quest for riches, they've been brought up in some long tradition of accepting that the chief can take it all. So they do nothing to stop their leaders from stealing the money that should be providing them houses, health, education, and training. Their country's land often does not grow food for them. It grows cash crops for the first world nations. The cash crops are to pay back money borrowed for their country by their leaders. Money they never saw. Money that often went into the pockets of their leaders. Their forests are cut down to provide chopsticks and hardwoods for first world furniture and buildings. Burnt down to grow soya for first world hamburgers. The water in the lakes from which they used to fish have all but dried out. because it was taken out upriver to irrigate cotton plantations for first world clothes. Their children are starving, often deformed, and many have cancer because of poisoning from pesticides used in the plantations. They don't need to be told the environment is under threat. They live with the results of it every day. However, they may not know how widespread the problem really is. So here we are, 6 billion people, breeding and consuming furiously on a worn-out, poisoned, finite planet poised on the brink of meltdown. Each for our own reasons, ignorant of or ignoring the fact that our planet is dying, unwilling to do the huge changes that might save it, each hoping that if we shut our eyes, the problem will go away. 6 billion and soon 9 billion people, billions of fish, animals and plants, being led into oblivion by a few thousand ruthless, greedy men. For centuries, there has always been someone predicting the end of the world. Much of it ancient superstitions, tales of meteors hitting the earth, the atomic bomb. But now, predictions about the end of the world are in every newspaper. The television is always screening programs warning about its happening. Our own eyes can see that something is changing. There is not a country in the world that has not experienced huge climate changes.
I mean, I would have argued that Katrina hitting New Orleans and those images around the world, I would have thought that was enough. Right? I mean, how much is enough? What's your threshold? Do you need 5 Katrinas? Do you need? I mean, we have a prolonged drought in Australia. Our rice production is down by 91%. How much farther do you have to go? I would argue that we're seeing in some places some pretty dramatic changes that would suggest that we need to change our emission trajectory immediately. But the process here doesn't seem to support that view.
Everyone over 40 has seen the change in the ecosystems with their own eyes. We may not see what is happening beneath the surface of the sea, but we see the bleached coral reefs, and there is not a fisherman in the world who has not seen a rapid loss of fish in the sea. For the last 300 years, all the time we worried about other things, we were pouring into the atmosphere what was to become the most real and deadly danger of all, carbon dioxide. The Al Gore film, An Inconvenient Truth, did an enormous amount to get rid of any ideas some people may have had about this being part of a natural cycle. We now know that carbon dioxide levels in the atmosphere are now higher than they have ever been since there has been life on Earth. Everywhere, people are beginning to worry. Conditioned as we all are to think the governments will do something about it, we uneasily continue with our present economic system. Why aren't governments doing something about what is happening? In March 2007, the IPCC report was released.
Of course I'm worried for the planet's future as well. I'm worried, and the scientists here are worried enough to come together and make this declaration. Yeah, of course. I mean, part of this motivation is to sort of make sure the science is at the fore of these negotiations, but we're seeing a planet subjected to greenhouse gas emissions that are unprecedented. The scientists are concerned enough about the future of the planet to come together with this declaration.
The International Panel for Climate Change, over 900 scientists and climate experts from all over the world, commissioned to predict what the effects of the increased carbon dioxide and other dense gases going into the atmosphere would be. Few people saw the report. A few brave newspapers published it. The United Nations tried to have it watered down. What was the IPCC saying that governments did not want us to know?
I think at least the next generation of the children, they still will have the future. But the future, they will have a very sad future. That's my view. I don't think they will know future. They will have the future. The future will be kind of horrified.
Frankly, I believe my children, and the grandchildren, especially grandchildren, not only my children, my grandchildren don't have a future, because the impacts which we already see now are so effective that one has to realize there is a problem and we have to solve this problem now.
IPCC, the International Panel for Climate Change, over 900 climatologists and scientists of the world unanimously agreed the climate is changing rapidly as a result of human actions primarily using fossil fuel and deforestation. But more important was what they predicted would happen as a result of these changes. They predicted that the average temperature of the Earth would rise by 6.4 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial temperatures by the end of this century, and would bring about the end of most species, including humans. They predicted that, as the temperature rose, this is how it could happen. Bear in mind that we are already 0.8 degrees centigrade above pre-industrial temperatures. North America would become a dust bowl. The high states would be deserts. Agriculture would be wiped out. Ranching would be wiped out. Sand dunes would be seen throughout the United States. Worldwide sea levels would rise due to Greenland being an irreversible meltdown. This would submerge atoll nations, submerge low-lying deltas. The Peru glaciers would disappear, leaving 10 million people without water. The increased temperature of the sea would wipe out the Great Barrier Reef and make coral reefs extinct. In fact, 1/3 of all world species would face extinction. At 3.4 degrees centigrade above pre-industrial temperatures, the Amazon forest could be so dry it could burn in catastrophic ferocity. South America would be covered in smoke for about 3 years. This would increase the amount of carbon dioxide in the air and increase global temperatures even faster. This would also make a desert in the previous Amazon rainforest. In addition, the Arctic ice cap would disappear in summer months. Polar bears and many other Arctic animals would become extinct. They predicted that at that temperature the Sierra Nevada ice pack would melt. There would be no water in California. In Africa, the Kalahari Desert would spread over South Africa. At 4.4 degrees centigrade above pre-industrial levels, they predicted something even more deadly. And from then, there would be no stopping the process. The permafrost in Siberia would melt, releasing methane frozen in the ice and carbon dioxide from billions of tons of previous frozen dead trees that would now rot. Methane and carbon dioxide gases would vastly increase, and temperature rise would be on the rampage. Rising sea levels from melted ice would displace hundreds of millions of people in Bangladesh, the Nile Delta, LA. Heat waves and drought make the subtropics uninhabitable. Deserts grow in Spain, Italy, and Greece. 50% of the species on Earth die. Agriculture in Australia collapses. At 5.4 degrees centigrade above pre-industrial levels, global chaos, the West Antarctica sheet breaks, adding another 5 meters to global sea levels. The entire planet, ice-free, and sea levels rise an estimated 7 meters higher than today. South Asia collapses, as no ice means drying up of the Indus River. Monsoons, floods threaten millions. Super El Niños spark global weather chaos. Humans seek refuge closer to the poles, away from the heat. Tens of millions force their way into Scandinavia and UK. World food runs out. At 6.4 degrees centigrade above pre-industrial levels, the rising seas lead to an increased pressure on the seabed. This might trigger the possible release of methane hydrates trapped in sub-ocean sediments. Methane fireballs will then tear across the sky, causing further warming. Oceans will lose their oxygen and turn stagnant, releasing poisonous hydrogen sulfide gases and destroying the ozone layer. Deserts will extend almost to the Arctic. Hurricanes of unimaginable fury circumnavigate the world, causing flash floods which strip the land of soil. Humanity is reduced to a few survivors eking out a living in polar refuges. Most of life on Earth has been snuffed out as the temperatures soar higher in hundreds of millions of years. Basically, Armageddon in our lifetimes. So, what can we do? We are in extreme danger, and few people understand the situation. Even those super rich who profit from the economic system now could have no customers left alive, nor employees, and their money will be nothing in the future that is almost upon us. In a world of cyclones, collapsed food supplies, tornadoes, floods, droughts, dying forests, no pollinating insects, dead seas, with uninhabitable tropics, many coastal cities partially under the sea, fleeing desperate people, fighting for food, for water. It will be each person for themselves. Anarchy. Money will be irrelevant. The key thing is to change the mindset we have created over the past 90 years. That is thinking we can't live without the current economic system. A ridiculous mindset, considering that man in some form has been on Earth for 2 million years and, except for the last 90 years, has lived without this economic structure. The most important thing for everybody to understand is life on Earth is very like the working of a huge body. Every aspect of life is designed so that it works in harmony with other organisms to keep the delicate web of life continuously sustainable and evolving slowly. We are like one great body. In fact, some give this web of life, of which we are a part of, the name Gaia. Here we humans are, one particular organism on the planet, becoming too successful. Our numbers are soaring exponentially, like a bacteria infection in the body. Our numbers have grown so much that we are about to kill our host, this beautiful planet. The toxins from our activities are making this planet sick. Its normal functions have been interrupted. What is the result? Like what the body would do to protect itself from an organism that is too destructively toxic, too stressful, the Earth is raising the heat almost as if it's trying to kill off the destructive organism, man. The result of our actions has led to the planet becoming too hot. As soon as we started burning coal and making cement out of limestone, we started to release back into the atmosphere carbon dioxide that had been out of circulation for over 250 million years. Coal, oil and limestone are the ancient carbon dioxide that used to be in the atmosphere, making the planet too hot for life on Earth. This was captured by the living plant and held out of the atmosphere in the body of what the plant or the animal that ate for millions or billions of years. It is the existence of coal, oil and limestone as what they are, solids, instead of the gas carbon dioxide that kept the carbon dioxide out of circulation and made the planet cool enough for life to develop. By burning that coal, oil and limestone, we are putting that carbon dioxide back into the atmosphere, and soon it will again be too hot for life. Most of life on Earth will die, and over another few billion years, other forms of life may start again. From time to time, one organism has done what we are doing to the Earth, used up all the natural resources, poisoned themselves on their own waste, and then died out and become extinct. Most of the plants and animals who ever inhabited the Earth are now gone. They altered the world so much that they could not survive in it, much like man is doing today. So do we just accept this and think, well, it'll see us out? Do we care what our children are going to live through? Do we care about what most of us are going to see destroyed in our lifetimes? Do we quickly go and see it now before it's too late? Or do we change what we are doing? If the last 200 years' advances had not happened, we may have not had but many things, but as a species we would still have a future. This planet would have gone on and on evolving with humans as part of it for a very long time. So how do we turn back the clock? Here are some solutions. The first thing is to make as many people as possible on Earth understand how the world works and what we have done to it, so that each one of us, within our own way of life, can use our own brains and actions to save the planet, for ourselves, for our children, and more especially for the whole web of life on which life depends. The basic thing is to understand coal, oil, and limestone are extremely important to us, left where they are, but will destroy us if we change them from what they are. If we release by burning the carbon dioxide that has been held by them out of the atmosphere for billions of years, that same carbon dioxide that, when it was in the atmosphere before, made the Earth too hot for life on Earth. And this is why, 3.9 billion years ago, the Sun was about 25% cooler than it is today, but the Earth was a lot hotter. Too hot, in fact, for there to be life on Earth. This was because the levels of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere may have been as much as 70%. In the period between 3.9 billion years ago and 250 million years ago, blue-green algae and other microplants developed in the sea. Using sunlight and water, these took carbon dioxide and turned it into a carbohydrate of its own body. From being a gas, carbon dioxide now became part of a carbon compound, a solid. More important, it was out of the air. When the plant died and rotted, the carbohydrate of its own body disintegrated and the carbon dioxide returned to the atmosphere. But not always. Sometimes the amount of other dead bodies above it or silt from the now emerging land, which had no plants on it at the time, covered the organisms and the rotting process was prevented. The bodies of these small plants and animals became the coal and oil of today. But always the level of carbon dioxide stayed below 300 parts per million, because the carbon dioxide that would have raised it above that was in the earth as a compound, as a solid. Coal, oil, and limestone. That was until 200 years ago. Then humans discovered coal as a source of heat and energy. Gas came next, and lighting changed. The steam engine followed. Then the fossil fuel and oil was discovered. In a short time, ships ran on oil, as did cars, and electricity was made using coal. The ancient carbon dioxide from billions of years ago was now being returned to the atmosphere, and without realizing it, the beginning of what was to destroy us. Global warming over and above the regular cycles of the last 250 million years of life. At the same time, the link of septicemia to dirt was discovered. Sterilization of operating instruments was introduced, and the death of women in childbirth became from being common to rare. Then penicillin, insulin, anti-malaria drugs made their appearance, and the number of people started to soar. With oil came the beginning of the tractor and commercial farming, fertilizers, the deadly DDT. Then DDT killed all the natural pests that normally control the insects, the birds, and the lizards. It contaminated underground water reserves forever, but the amount of food increased and fed the rising population. Then in the 1950s began battery or factory farming. A huge amount of arable land was required to grow food for these animals that would be kept in small pens. That meant a huge amount of chemicals had to be made. Land had to be plowed. And all of this meant petrol oil was being burned. That ancient pre-life on Earth carbon dioxide kept getting put back into the atmosphere. In addition, factory shipping began. Huge ships began to go out to sea for longer and longer periods, with nets up to 7 kilometers long. All the time they were burning oil, letting out into the atmosphere the ancient carbon dioxide that had previously been locked up to allow life on Earth. Much of the fish they catch are too small for human consumption. Instead of being thrown back to grow and breed the next generation of fish, they ended up as animal feed. So the seas emptied and the carbon dioxide levels grew. With medicine stopping death in childbirth and infant death reducing, the numbers of humans on Earth grew. By 1990, there were almost 6 billion people on Earth and rising. One of the leading climatologists of the world was interviewed recently about what could be done to stop global warming. Reduce the population of the Earth from 6 billion to 1 billion was his reply. Instead, the population of the Earth is expected to rise to 9 billion within the next 10 years. To make matters worse, television and capitalism had combined to make each of these people aspire to a way of life of the rich. Everyone wanted more and more clothes, televisions, radios, cars, and flights. To provide these, more and more of the world had to be exploited. But more importantly, to extract the raw materials to produce these things and to manufacture them meant more and more carbon dioxide entering the atmosphere. In the 1960s, a man called Roger Revelle, a teacher of Al Gore, the ex-next president of the United States, started to measure the amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. He proved that the levels of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere were higher than they had ever been in the previous 650 million years, which is as far back as scientists are able to trace it. He saw that the global temperatures generally were rising and projected that the rise would have devastating consequences. The solution is obvious. As soon as possible, we must stop using fossil fuel and cement so we don't make the situation worse. But the temperature on the Earth is already such that if we do not lower it, the glaciers will melt. Millions of people will be without water, and the sea will rise, covering most of the cities and the fertile coastal plains where much of our food is grown. The effect of greenhouse gases tends to lag about 30 years after they've been stopped accumulating. The second thing is to try to reverse what we have done and to take as much carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere as possible. Now, 1 billion years is 1,000 million years. We have 3,700 million years that it took to take the carbon dioxide out of circulation in the first place. We have less than 100 years to get that carbon dioxide from the oil, coal, and lime that we have already used back out of the atmosphere again. But take heart, we have not used it all. Some of the carbon dioxide from billions of years ago is still being held out of the atmosphere as a hydrocarbon, oil or coal, or as a limestone, and is still in the ground. Essentially, we have to stop those intent on exploiting those last reserves. We actually need to reduce the amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. The carbon dioxide which came from ancient times, the time before 250 million years ago. And the age-old way of doing it is to change it into plant mass, preferably plant mass where it will stay for a long time. To grow plants to take carbon dioxide out of the air and hold it out. We call that a carbon sink. What are our options? Grasslands are a huge carbon sink, but desertification, overgrazing, and fires wipe them out, and when they die, they rot and give back the carbon dioxide anyway. However, increasing the amount of land under grassland would help. Phytoplankton, which are microscopic organisms in the sea, hold a large amount of carbon dioxide out of circulation. The more phytoplankton, the more carbon dioxide is held out of circulation in the atmosphere. But toxins in the sea are killing phytoplankton. The nutrients that used to come down the rivers with the silt to feed the phytoplankton in the sea are being held back by dams. And the increased temperature of the sea due to global warming all mean less phytoplankton. The solution: Stop putting toxins in the sea. Redesign dams to let the nutrients out. And still, when phytoplankton die, they rot and release the carbon dioxide back into the air. That leaves trees. Long-living trees hold carbon dioxide out of circulation for up to several hundred years. We need to plant trees by the millions and nurture them to independence. Instead, we are clearing and setting fire to our trees. If we reforest as far and as fast as possible, preferably indigenous, long-living, fast-growing trees, we will not only do a lot to reduce the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, but will also increase the rainfall. To date, Israel has planted 220 million trees and has resulted in a rainfall rise of about 10%. In addition to which, trees hold the soil, prevent erosion, shade the ground, which encourages soil-making organisms to flourish, and prevents the radiation of sun rays back to the atmosphere. Trees also regulate the flow of water into watercourses, so that instead of dry rivers and then flooding, which is always the result if we move trees upstream, the rivers maintain a flow of water year-round. Trees take water from the deepest parts of the ground, beyond where it is available to other plants, and seed it into the atmosphere for it to rain again. So plant indigenous and, if possible, fast-growing trees where we can, while the climate still provides sufficient rainfall. We need to stop the plundering of our rainforests, which are the lungs of the world now. Because the ground is so infertile in our rainforests due to thousands of years of rain washing out all the trace elements and minerals, once cut down, rainforests can never return. The soil is too infertile. Rainforest trees can only grow where they have leaf litter to nourish them. Man always looks to science to make a plan, and one possible plan is carbon sequestering. These are machines that take carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere, but they can't work fast enough to undo what we are doing daily. The third thing we need to do is to stop producing other greenhouse gases. Methane, for example, 20 times denser than carbon dioxide. The amounts of methane in the atmosphere are currently climbing 5 times faster than the current carbon dioxide. Why is this amount rising so fast? How can we stop it? Methane is produced by anaerobic bacteria which live in places where there is no oxygen, like rice paddy fields, rubbish dumps, and the stomach of animals which chew the cud. It also comes from forest fires. The amount of Chinese people in the world is currently 1.3 billion and rising. Their staple diet? Rice. Another huge population, India. Their staple diet? Rice. To cut down the amount of rice paddy fields, you need to stop those populations growing and use dry-grown rice. The world produces millions and millions of tons of waste. A first world person produces nearly a ton of solid waste, rubbish, litter per year. We have entered a world of disposable everything. Disposable cups after each drink, handfuls of serviettes as well, clothes that become unfashionable after one season, packaging that is often more than the product itself in an effort to attract the buyer, in often ridiculous concerns for hygiene. We have entered the most wasteful few decades ever known to man. Millions of tons of useless articles manufactured for frivolous reasons, much of it slow to decompose, and all the time methane is pouring into the atmosphere. The more rubbish dumps, the more methane. To cut down on methane emissions, we have to stop the packaging, stop the disposables, stop the articles that are made for a short time use anyway, stop the manufacture of articles of superfluous use, because everything we can do to cut down the amount of waste we produce will take us closer towards saving the planet. Then there is methane from cattle and sheep. all ruminants. Since the world started eating battery-farmed meat, the number of cattle has soared, and so has the amount of methane. In Australia, there is a tax on meat because of the methane they produce. Because there are so many cattle, battery farming is one of the biggest contributors to global warming. Kept in small areas to stop them moving and losing weight, these animals are fed more than half the crops of the world and about 40% of the fish catch. Half the carbon dioxide produced in the world would stop if we did not have factory or battery farming. The carbon dioxide from the production of their feed, from the making and transporting of the fertilizers and pesticides, from the fuel for the farm machinery and the factory ships, from the energy for the battery chickens' 24-hour lighting, etc. Because we need so much animal feed, we use chemical fertilizers like nitrates. This is an unstable compound, and about 10% of it escapes as nitrogen into the air. Nitrogen is a dense global warming gas. But the damage done is far wider than that. Pesticides and fertilizers from commercial agriculture go into the water, into the underground aquifers and rivers, and sea to toxify everything. We then drink the water and eat the fish, and eat the battery farmed meat with its high levels of toxins, so we get sick. Our immune systems are compromised, and we are very susceptible to cancer. Cutting down rice growing rice in dry fields as opposed to rice paddies, stopping battery farming, stopping wrapping, stopping disposables, and cutting down on frivolous products does not seem a big price to pay for saving the world. Stopping fires should be done on a more serious level anyway. Is it as easy to stop carbon dioxide production as it is to stop methane production? First of all, with the situation so serious, much of what we use electricity to produce could stop. Is it so important to have these, for example? Plus all this packaging. Coal used for electricity generation can be replaced by natural, non-carbon dioxide producing energy, which is in an indefinite supply, and once installed, gives genuinely free energy. There could be a micro power station in each home, using sun, wind, hydrogen in the coal countries for domestic use, using energy efficient appliances. The electric and air-powered cars which plug in at night using renewable electricity and need no petrol or diesel have been available for years. If we continue with our existing economic system and consumeristic way of life, scientists are predicting a horrifying future. They are saying that we only have a little time to implement the solutions, because in a very short time, at the outside 8 years from now, that is before 2016, if we have not already massively changed our way of life, the breakdown of the ecosystems that give us life will be irreversible. We need to introduce wave and wind power generators, even out at sea, and solar voltaic farms in deserted areas, on a grid of direct current cabling to supply industry and commercial needs with electricity. Need to stop nuclear power for many reasons, but mainly because it uses more energy than you get from it. Carbon dioxide producing petrol or diesel to mine it. Dispose of dangerous tailings and extremely hazardous waste. It is also much more expensive to produce nuclear energy. If you really want to save the planet from global warming, coal-fired power plants should be stopped immediately, no matter what the upheaval. It is that serious a problem. Floods, droughts, and biofuel farming are already causing food shortages worldwide. Yet we continue to feed half of all edible crops to animals to make battery-farmed meat and eggs. Battery farming must stop. The number of farm animals must be reduced to the carrying capacity of the natural vegetation. Soils must be covered and restored using animal dung, plant matter, and earthworms, and the land should be used to grow food more appropriate for humans and to grow it organically and not genetically engineered food. Producers must be forced to include the costs of undoing damage done to the ecosystems in the production of their products, the packaging of products, the use of the product, the marketing, the transport and disposal of it. And that money must be used to undo the damage. Here is a plan that makes everyone on Earth part of the solution. At the moment, very, very few people on Earth understand how the world works and what we are doing that is destroying it. Imagine if every person on Earth suddenly did understand what terrible danger we are all in and was encouraged that they should cooperate with solutions and use their own ideas to do everything within their own sphere of influence to save the planet. What incredible new energy would we see at work on this planet? Imagine if all media cooperated so that we were suddenly witnessing the ideas, the inventions, the films, the programs, the steps individuals, companies, municipalities, governments all over the world were taking. The ideas would cross-pollinate and be built upon. So why don't we do it? Part of the reason is who is going to do it? Will it be the petrol companies? So far they have done everything within their power to stop the production of anything that runs without an oil. Oil companies are among the richest companies in the world. Indeed, oil is the sole product of most Arab countries. Even though continuing to sell their product will kill them and their children as well, they do not seem to want to look at stopping the use of it. Presumably, they kind of hope scientists are wrong and that the world is not warming up. Will it be the governments? Representative government means that election is required. This should not, but does mean election campaigns. Election campaigns are expensive, and so the oil companies fund them. Now, could they expect funding from oil and energy companies if they then legislated as they must do if they are to survive? No more fossil fuel to be used at all. When you suggest that you should stop using fossil fuel-based energy, everyone points gloomily at China. What is the point of us stopping fossil fuel when China, which has the largest population in the world, is now having this economic boom and building 2 coal-fired power stations a week? Well, we have caused that boom by buying Chinese goods, which are only cheap because the world still allows the cost of what a product does to the environment to be left out, and because where there are so many people needing jobs, none dare complain about low wages or they will be replaced. We are empowering a nation to destroy the planet. The government should introduce environmental impact tax. All those products made with such environmentally damaging power, emitting such a lot of environmentally damaging waste into water, air and earth, would be prohibitively expensive. Then add the cost of removing the carbon dioxide from circulation that was expended in bringing the products to our countries. But would their corporate backers let them? Imagine if the government were to say what they must say if we are to survive. No more fossil fuel. Look how dependent we have become on oil and coal. 24 hours without oil brings many things to a standstill. So our leaders do nothing. So is the answer then to just continue as we are and hope for the best? Look how many jobs will be lost if we stop, is always the cry. In the world as predicted by the IPCC, how many not only jobs will be lost, but lives? Indeed, effectively, our whole planet. We have created a monster that is destroying us. We think we cannot do without our current economic, political and cultural system. A system we have had only for 90 or so years. And those are the years that are racing towards destroying the planet. The time has come for a complete change away from the economic system that is destroying life on Earth. The world as we know it. How many people is it really benefiting anyway? It is an economic system which does not honor life. It is working against nature, and our nature is working against it. It is unsustainable. It uses up its natural capital instead of using only the produce from the natural capital. And that capital is now almost at an end. We have entrenched in our Constitution the concepts of a human-centered world in which the natural resources are only for our use, none of which vests any rights in plants, animals, soil, water, or air. The authors of these constitutions have always been those with commercial and industrial interests. Immortal entities without any environmental, social, value or moral responsibility. The giant corporations of the planet whose criteria for survival is profit-based. None of this will happen unless the people understand how the planet works and what we are doing that destroys it. Then they will cooperate, indeed welcome the changes that must happen if the world is to survive now. Each and every person within their own context will become conservers instead of consumers, limited in their number of children, bring in the renewable systems of agriculture, economy, lifestyle, until the world is once again in balance with what it can sustain. Never again to advance into short-sighted, destructive economic and cultural systems. What a vision! A whole world of people cooperating through understanding and acting in harmony of life. This is our only chance, and we have a very short time to bring it about. Will you be part of the solution or continue to be part of the problem and perish because of it?
I think at least the next generation of the children, they still will have the future. But the future, they will have a very sad future.
Frankly, I believe my children and the grandchildren, especially grandchildren, not only my children, my grandchildren don't have a future, because the impacts which we already see now are so effective that one has to realize there is a problem and we have to solve this problem now.
The big thing, though, is going to have to be a systemic and structural change in the way that energy is produced and distributed, because nothing else will do.
The days of where we could dump all this toxin into the sea and just get away with it are numbered.
Take shipping. It's 1 billion tons of CO2. If it was a country, it would be the 6th largest country in the world, in between Germany and Japan. On a SOx, NOx and PM level, it's even worse. One large ocean-going vessel pollutes the same as 50 million cars.
The issue of acting on climate change, on sustainable development, is not always portrayed as preventing people from doing something. First step is to do things more responsibly. Secondly, to look for more intelligent answers. And then you can, from there on, begin to develop a whole set of steps.
The New York Times a few days ago, and in particular, the quotes in the second paragraph: even with a deal to stop the current rate of greenhouse gas emissions, scientists warn the world will become increasingly unpleasant. But then it goes on to say, without a deal, they say the world could eventually become uninhabitable for humans.
The other thing that we need to push is the enormous economic opportunity for this generation of investing in energy, clean energy.